Alright everyone, welcome to the stream. Sorry for the extended intro. Had a couple of things going on that I just had to solve, but we're here to finally, and I say finally because normally we do this before the end of the year for the next season, but it's obviously the start of 2026 and the first real footy thing that I've done in so long. But we're getting you guys to help me predict the season for 2026. We've got a lot of forms to throw out. And more, not just like finals and the games. We've got quite a bit to help me out with. And whoever we end up predicting as the premiers for this hypothetical, I'll put a bet on at the end of the on the stream. So hopefully it's not like some shit team like Essendon, but who knows? We had Essendon in the grand final a couple of years ago, which was I couldn't believe we even had them there, given that they were never a chance. Just get the chat going. We'll start in a bit. We've got opening round 1, round 2, so on. So put a thumbs up in chat if you sort of understand how this works and you've been here before. If not, I'll run it through. But it's a pretty simple to understand idea. I'll put a link in, and then you'll have a live updated form for each game, and whoever gets more votes, then that's what I predict pretty much. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of people that do understand how it works. Just put a thumbs up in the chat. If not, I can quickly explain it, but we'll wait for a couple more in. I need to actually check to see what we've got quickly as well. Because, these are sort of the streams that tend to do quite well in the off season. Because I did the first time I did this, I'm like, who knows? Did well, but that was obviously during a period where streaming quite often, so it probably made a little bit more sense. Just crop this. Can you guys see this? I'll add a new window. So just keep putting your chats in, and I'll read them out. I'm just gonna add a quick new window so you guys can actually see this screen, because you're gonna need to see this screen. Let me find it real quick. Here we go. So this is how we're going to have it. So we're going to have like there'll be a pie chart that'll update at the end of each round. We'll just quickly show you what it would look like. So let's just go to like one of the old ones that I made. We'll scroll down to, let's go to here, round 22. And on responses, there we go. So if we have it like here, I think that looks pretty good. Carlton by 30, Freo by 5. We haven't started quite yet. We'll do 2 minutes 30 for each round, and we're doing a few more things on top of the rounds. Whoever we end up predicting as the premiers, I'll put a $50 bet on. So hopefully it's someone that's a chance, but maybe not like a favorite. And that's sort of what we've had. Does anyone remember who we had for last year, for 2025? I want to see some guesses, because it was a team that I actually thought was going to do quite well that kind of underperformed, even though they still had an all right season. But I think a team this year that might have a pretty good season still. It was Freo. Do you guys remember the team that was before Freo? Gold Coast isn't a bad guess. And I'll tell you why a little bit later on. But what about before Freo? Kind of surprised people remember, because I think I knew about it being Freo, but I wouldn't know the year before without checking. See if someone can get it right. Whoever can get it right can dictate how the stream goes in terms of when we should do certain things. Freo is overrated, in my opinion. I don't think they're overrated with their list, though. They've got a list that should be top 4. Get the chat up so we can read the whole chat. We're not going to start at any certain number either. Like, I think might have been last year we were like, we won't start till we get X amount of viewers. We're not going to do that. There's no point. We're just going to start when enough people are ready. And I'm ready. And I don't want this to be one of those streams where I'm just sort of like dragging it on. I want it to be full of, useful stuff. All right, I'll put the link in for opening round. So this is going to be the first round. We got 68 in chat. Hopefully it does get up. Wouldn't mind it if we can get maybe 150 odd. I'm not going to go for 300 because yes, that's what we got one of the streams, I believe, but we are literally not really going well channel-wise without many bits of content and all that stuff. What did Soxy say? A lot of these people putting these opinions in chat, they're not going to be good ones. So don't get too salty. All right, let me know if this link works, just so we know. Oh no, that's the wrong link. Don't click on that. I put the link of the chat in, so obviously that's not gonna be the right one. Try it again. I'll pin it as well for any newcomers joining as well. There we go. There's pinned. Be interesting to see what the chat's like, because obviously the last couple of years got a lot of spam with all the younger viewers, but maybe there won't be as many younger viewers now that the ban's put in place. Do I get to dictate the stream now? Did you guess Carlton? Well, like, you dictate the stream. You can pick one thing we can, like, maybe control if you want, like a little bit of a variable, but no, you're not going to, like, dictate the entirety of the stream. All right, looks like it's working. All right, we'll start the responses now. And we'll start the timer. What was I going to say? I was going to say something, then I forgot because you put your message in there, and now I kind of forgot. I'm not sure. But yes, it does update live, and you guys don't have to, like, predict what you actually think. If you want to make things fun and interesting, you can. In 2023, we got Gold Coast. So Gold Coast didn't even make the finals that year. They actually were to play Freo in the final right there as well. The chat dies when you put links in because everyone leaves to enter the survey. No, it didn't. No, they leave for like 5 seconds and then they come back. But you are right. I guess, you know, those that decide to participate are going to have to do that anyways. I don't think the ban did enough based on this chat. Fuck the ban. Fuck the ban. It didn't do anything. End of the day, it didn't do shit. If you're on computer, it opens in a new tab. Who is watching on computer? Do people still watch YouTube on TV? Is that still like the most viewed device for YouTube? Is it the TV? Because I feel like, I don't know. I don't really use TV for YouTube very often. Yes. So how are you going to do this if it's on TV? Are you gonna do it on your phone, or are you just going to watch? Not that I care that much. PC. I think for this is the best way. Yeah, PC works the best because you can have like as many tabs open as you want. So you can have if you have a dual monitor setup, you have one on there, one on there, and it's pretty easy. It's pretty good. You know what? We probably don't need to have a 2.5 minute timer for opening round because there are only 5 games. Let me know if you haven't already. We'll just you know, give you guys a bit of extra time just before we dive into the rest of the AFL rounds. I'm on iPad, but I feel like, yeah, okay, like you can still it still works if you're on iPad on the one screen. Less than 100 days to go. Is this till the footy season? I think it's way less than 100. You could have said 100 days to go, end of November, and you probably still would have been right. It starts. It doesn't give me a date here, but I think it's like March. I think it's earlier than last year. It's like in the first week of March almost. So it's gonna start. Yeah, it's gonna start creeping up soon. So obviously more stuff will be posted on the channel. I'm not like just gonna take a break forever. Play. I'm done. All right. Well, it looks like the timer has stopped, which means we can see what the results are for predicting. Wow. I wasn't really paying full attention to actually what the we'll probably stop the votes as well, so we can do that. I haven't used this website in a bit of time, but I believe it's right here. Not delete all responses. I've done that before. Form settings. Limited it to 1 response would be a good idea as well. But I actually kind of forgot how to stop the responses from being collected. I guess we'll just leave it for now. It's probably not that big of a deal. Thank you for the donation there. Just check the name real quick. Jonty does stuff for the $1. Feel free to put a message in if you want. So because of the massive difference in votes, only 5 people went the Blues. That means we're going to predict the Swans to win by. I'm going to almost say if you have a difference of like that much, it's going to be like, I'm going to actually just call it like a 70-point margin. So are we all going to be harsh on the Blues this year? Is this what we're getting a read of early on? Sydney by 73. That would be one of the worst opening round game starts. And I think it's going to be a pretty crap start anyways. See how Charlie Curnow goes in new colours. All right, next is Gold Coast Geelong. And we're going to leave it at like this amount. And I'm liking this one. I think it will be a Gold Coast win. I do think Gold Coast are going to be really scary. I think everyone's thinking they're going to be one of those sides that might actually be even like could get a home prelim final or something like that. I'm going to go, let's go Suns by 6 goals. This one's a little bit more even, and this is where we're going to need to like stop the response at a certain time because it's just looking like the Giants have gotten the more votes, which I'm actually a little bit surprised about. What are we having a read on the Giants for this year? Because I think they might drop or they might be around the mark. I'm not too sure if they're doing too much to go up in the ladder, but let's go a close one here. I think this is probably our first close prediction, and I want to say it's like 5 points, to be honest. The next game is Brisbane Bulldogs. Will go down. And, that's St Kilda Collingwood. I don't want to leak that too early. Brisbane Bulldogs. 76% of people went the Lions, which makes sense. I don't think this is a very good game to have opening round. Since when has there ever been a solid game at the Gabba between the Lions and the Dogs? Maybe, okay, last year was all right, but when have the Dogs ever really put up a proper, genuine fight? I don't know. Let's go. So it's 75-25. What would you say the margin deserves to be then? Like if we want to see what the chat says. Can I please have a membership card? I can't actually give you a membership. No, I can't give you a membership because you can't pick and choose. I can like give some members later on. You'll get some member vlogs coming up. One tomorrow. All right, a lot of people saying a 34-35. All right, I like that. 34 points. And final game is St Kilda Collingwood, and people went the Pies. I actually would love to know what the odds would be for this game straight away because it is at the MCG. I do see a lot of people thinking that the Pies could be the side that could fall off this year and the Saints could be the side to rise. Ideally, that'd be the best case scenario, but obviously it's not a very good start. And don't fucking vote against St Kilda just because I'm a St Kilda fan, all right? Like, there's no need to do that. I can't remember if we actually made finals in the last few seasons in this format. So we'll say the Pies win by 14 points, and that's very real. That's very reasonable. It could happen. It's not like, oh yeah, these people are just doing it to piss me off. Who backed the Saints in though? Like, let me know. I want to see who's actually supporting us and thinking we're going to be all right next year or this year. Actually, I say next year, but the season is this year. It's not as far away as some would come to believe. All right, we'll bring up the next round in a minute. What I do want to also do as well is this. So just give me like a minute. I'll just read a bit of the chat. Maybe that'll give a bit of time for some people to join. If you just join the stream, just put a thumbs up icon or just say g'day. Just let me know how you've been. If you've been traveling up to too much over the off season, if you've been following the cricket, if there's a first stream or bit of content you've seen from me this year. Bit of content probably wouldn't be a surprise if this was the first, given I've done like a couple of streams and have yet to post, but will be very, very soon in that for sure. I'm interested to see how I kind of forget that Liam Ryan's playing for us, sort of. Not gonna lie, I haven't been to a single training session to actually see how their plays are going. Hopefully it all links up really well. If you're putting the predictions for the next game, you'd be better off just doing it in the Google Forms as well. So you can put it in the chat, sure, but Google Forms would be nice. Google Forms would be nice. All right, we'll move on to the next form now. So round one, I'm going to put the link in and I'm going to pin it for round one. I've just got to find it again. I kind of lost it. Here we go. Round one. And 2.5 minutes makes a little bit more sense for a round with 9 games, I would have thought. Richmond by 63 and Dan's going... Well, I honestly think there might be people going Richmond here. You ideally are going to go for who you think in your gut will be the winners if you were to predict realistically, but it's not always like this. I think people are going to take it a little bit less seriously like we've seen in some other times. So round 1, obviously we're going to take a little bit more time for people to fully finish these responses, but this is going to be quite interesting to see what people are thinking. We get to see a little bit of a preview of the first game. So I'm going to be stopping it when it gets to the timer's done. I just forgot how to stop the response from rolling in. They may change to how that goes. I didn't get tickets to Gather Round this year, and I'm from Adelaide. What should I do that weekend? You can still go to Gather Round, mate. I haven't even got tickets myself. There'll be more releases coming out. Should I do something like what Dan Gorringe did, round 1? I feel like something maybe for this... what I've realised, and I know Dan Gorringe does it really well, but having like these bets in the lead up to games, you know what I mean? Like if so-and-so happens, I've got to do this, like the Frankston overnight. That was the first kind of one of those I've done. And whilst it didn't work out in my favour, it did quite well for the content and for the growth. So would you want to see like more of that stuff? Like, should I do that for like the first game of the year for St Kilda Collingwood? Or like if the Saints don't make it to the wildcard round or something like that, I'll think of something to do. Something relatively unique and achievable. Will you go to Gather Round? I will go to Gather Round, but I'm not as excited to go as other years. I don't think there will be as much of an interest with the people I want to go with. Soxy says I was going to go to Fremantle, but I have a bad feeling we might lose by 50. Oh, is this with the predictions? Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. 46 responses. Let's try and get a few more in. Let's try and get to 100 viewers. We haven't hit 100 viewers in 2020. In fact, we haven't hit 100 viewers in ages. I can't remember the last stream. Maybe the last footy stream we did. Mitch Mark 6, 95 meters. Yeah, give me updates on the game. I've been following the Big Bash quite intently as of late. The Derby. If anyone's at the Derby, if anyone said hello to me at the Derby, appreciate it. But it was a garbage game. Wow, look how close it is in the votes. Really, really close between the Tigers and the Blues. The timer is going to stop, which means it does mean we have to predict Carlton here. They just get the win. We're going to say by a mere 4 points. Not a good sign for the Blues if they're only just escaping over Richmond. We'll see how many Richmond wins they get this season, because last year in this format they only got a small portion. All right. A lot of people are going realistic with their predictions here because Essendon are going to get the chunk of the votes and they're probably going to win. So Hawthorn, I should say, they're going to win this game by 56. Zach Merritt will be regretting his decision for not leaving, or regretting the management decisions for holding him. 100 in chat. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. All right, the Bulldogs and the Giants. Two very difficult sides to predict on how they're going to go next year. Looks like the Dogs, I guess, give it a marble game. We'll give them a 25-point win. I'm not a fan of this round 1 game, to be honest. I don't think it's the best to have. I think their rivalry's a bit it's kind of over now. I kind of feel. All right, Geelong Freo. Geelong just. We'll go Geelong by 12 points. That was quite close. A bit closer than I was expecting there. Sydney and Brisbane. It looks like... Oh, I jumped down a bit. Sydney, Brisbane. It looks like Sydney. Sydney with quite a bit more votes. They might be good next year. You'll find out to see where I have them soon. Collingwood and Adelaide. And Adelaide have more votes. That's like the first sort of upset. I feel like this is an upset, right? When was the last time Adelaide beat Collingwood at the MCG? Reveal yourself as you pick the Crows here. I would have picked Collingwood, even though I would have liked to see the Crows win. Or they get a win by like 30 points. That's the beef. 2016 to 2020. Maybe you go back a little bit earlier, 2015. But then it sort of stops after that. There's not much going on now. It's not really as entertaining. I don't really get out of my way to tune into one of those games anymore. North and Port Adelaide. North Melbourne still aren't good enough to get these wins against a side like Port that I think will get a win against North. It's their first game at this venue for a while. Melbourne St Kilda. Looks like the Saints will get their first win. And it looks like they'll get a pretty comfortable win. Yeah, I like having an MCG fixture early on, get to the G. And then the last game, I can't really scroll down. What I'll do actually instead is I'll do this so I can actually show you. Gold Coast and West Coast. And, well, do we need to say much more? Gold Coast will get another massive win. And West Coast, I am struggling to see him getting any wins in this entire thing. This could be really bad. This could be really bad for the Eagles. All right, so the ladder after... Oh, do you know what I should do? I should have... Can you... Yeah, I'll do that instead, actually. I'll do that instead. I'll bring up round 2. But let's have a look at the ladder after round 1. And Gold Coast in first spot with 186%. Sydney second. Adelaide, Hawthorn, Port, Saints, Lions, the Dogs, so we are in the... It's weird because I still kind of treat it as a top 8. But it's now a top 10. You can see it cutting off after 10th spot. Geelong, not in the 8 or not in the 10. Remember, it's the 10. But realistically, you want to be 6th or higher this season. So a top 6 spot is what I'm eyeing at for the Saints. Let's see. Let me crack you. How much for you to crack me? How much for me to time you out instead? I reckon I'll do it for free. Next up, we got round 2. Let's put the link in. Saints in top 6. It's a good start. It is round 1, and we literally played Melbourne. We really should be higher because I think we'll beat Collingwood. I'd hope we beat Collingwood. I think that'll be like 80,000, that crowd. All right, we're starting to get some responses now because we're going to start the time up. Redo it. Hawthorn, Sydney, Adelaide, Bulldogs. Oh, yeah, that's how... There we go. Hawthorn, Sydney. It's generally we only care about cricket. Well, that's kind of not true, mate. A lot of people here would still have quite a bit of a feeling for footy, wishing that it was here already. And plus, I don't think I've seen you on any of my cricket streams. Or are you that account that... No, you're not that account, so I don't know. I don't even know why that was said by you, to be honest. Practice matches, I wouldn't say they're around the corner just yet. It's still that weird January period. I'm not too fond of the month of January. AFL isn't here for 8 weeks. Yeah, I think everyone knows that, mate. I'm going to Freebie Richmond round 3. Haven't really planned on any of my interstate trips, if that's an interstate trip for you. I'm not sure, but I haven't planned my ones yet, really. Haven't really got the money to just put them into planning yet. AFL's irrelevant. Well, I don't think anyone cares about your opinion, and you're going to get a timeout. He's here for a fight. I'm going to get rid of him. Suns Eagles round 1. You an Eagles fan? Because good luck if you're bothering going to Gold Coast for that. I mean, just enjoy the Gold Coast. If you've never been to Gold Coast, just enjoy it for the weather and what you can do. Go to some theme parks. Don't be too pressed about the result because I don't think it's going to work out well for you. He didn't deserve a timeout. No, he's kind of been annoying, just saying, oh yeah, why are you streaming? It's not footy season and it's cricket. It's only relevant cricket. All that shit. I'm like, yeah, I don't really want you to keep going with that. It's a bit annoying. Only a 5-minute timeout. It's not like I got him out of here for the rest of the stream. You've been waiting for footy since November. Yeah, well, footy basically stopped being relevant after November. And there are a couple of these relevant news stories popping in and out, but that's kind of only because it is December and January, so there's not much else to talk about. So that's why the whole Lachie Neale stuff probably got more of a more limelight than it would have if it was in another time of the season. I don't know. All right, I should set a little an alarm for when the timer goes off because I'm not looking at it the whole time. But we're here to check the responses and to check what people have predicted. Hawthorn Sydney at the MCG and Hawthorn get the win. We'll give them a 24-point win. All right, next up, we got Adelaide and the Bulldogs. And given this is at the Adelaide Oval, it is a dominant Adelaide majority wins. Let's go 42-12. I mean, this is like a difference of like 57% almost. 58%. So should we just predict a 58-point win? Sounds a bit hefty. All right. Richmond Gold Coast. 14% going the Tigers. 86% going Gold Coast. Yeah, Gold Coast will not do what they did last year and lose against the Tigers away 2 times in a row. GWS St Kilda. Oh, why does it keep doing this? Yeah, GWS St Kilda. St Kilda 25%. The Giants 74%. And I know it doesn't mean it'll just equate to like a bigger prediction margin, right? But because more people are going the Giants, like, what's that? Like 3 out of 4 people are going the Giants. Let's just say 35 points. But I'd be disappointed if that's what ends up happening. All right, Freo Melbourne. Another massive smash. And we haven't really had any close, evenly split teams yet. Port Essendon, Port Adelaide, yeah, pretty comfortable there. We'll go a 40-point margin. And West Coast North Melbourne's the final game. This will be interesting, actually. Should be a North Melbourne. Wow, North Melbourne still away from home, win quite comfortably. If they can't even beat North Melbourne or make it close, I can't see them winning a single game. All right, let's take a look at the ladder now. Gold Coast are the only side to be undefeated with 3 wins, but Adelaide and Port. So Port Adelaide are third. Slightly surprising, but they have a very easy fixture, so maybe not as surprising as what I would have thought beforehand. Brisbane in 9th, Saints just in 10th, Collingwood, Geelong, the Bulldogs, the Blues, the Tigers, Bombers, Eagles, and D's without a win. Makes sense that those are the sides without a win yet. We'll move to round 3. More responsive for that one, so it's good to see. 100 on in chat. Have you seen the BBL? I've been keeping up with a lot of the games this season. Yes. They had a washout game earlier. I think it was a Sixers Hurricanes game. So pretty disappointing, particularly if you were at that game, given it was like the return of Steve Smith. But that's what you get when you host cricket games in Sydney. You're going to get washouts. All right, we'll pin the round 3 link. Wowee. Mate, 100 is what we should be targeting for every stream unbranded. We've only just started getting back into streaming, so what else were we expecting? All right, round 3 is linked, and it's pinned. 64 after 3.3. Are they batting first? Well, last time they batted first and made a 250-plus score, they still didn't win. Do you live in Victoria? Yeah, I do live in Victoria. If I wasn't in Victoria, it would make it quite difficult to be getting to so many games, that's for sure. Be making a lot of unnecessary flights and trips to Melbourne. Even in the summer, I've been to a few Big Bash games. Scorcher batting now. They'd be batting first, right? 100%. It's a 7 o'clock start. Why do you have 3 options in the Saints-Lions game? Look, I just don't predict Gold. Why are people fucking predicting Gold Coast? Okay, I obviously screwed that one up, but I don't know why people are predicting Gold Coast. Probably just take the piss. 3 options. Yeah, I didn't go through them, I guess, a second time. So that might be why. Projected scores 365. No side scored over 300 in T20 cricket, though, so I'm not expecting a 365 score, but if it's getting close to that, might have to tune in. The one Big Bash game, I decided I'll do this instead, and then that's like the best game of all time. Chasing down a score of 340. How do you join the survey? You just click the link. I don't even think you have to sign in either. Do you have to sign in for this? Sometimes you do, but I don't reckon so. By the way, There is a game currently on a 50-50 split, so we might be predicting draws here. There's still 28 seconds to go, though, so get your votes in. And by the way, we aren't just doing games. We are doing a few other ones, so a few other predictions that don't necessarily involve the ladder as well. We'll do every 6 rounds. Lloyd Pope is getting absolutely smashed then. Play the commentary of the cricket in the background. Nah, it's a bit of an effort having to get that up. Alrighty. Time is done. 74 people. I'm not sure if people are voting multiple times. I mean, you can if you really want to. We'll just... Okay, so as you can see right here, I might just predict it a draw. Should we predict this a game of draw? You can see right here, it's 50-50. I think we might just have to predict that game of draw no matter what happens next. We'll start off with the Cats v Adelaide game. And the Cats get, maybe 2/3 of the votes just about. So we'll go 26 points. But if the votes are even, it has to be a draw. All right, so we're going to go draw for the Collingwood v GWS game, which actually puts the Giants second on the ladder. Now, I obviously fucked up. My bad with the 3 voting options here. I'm not sure what I did. I'm not sure how we're going to actually give a margin for this one, but it's quite obvious that Brisbane have the most votes and quite a lot of votes given it's a Marvel game. Maybe more than it should be. Brisbane by 41. That's fair. Freo v Richmond. Where's that? Freo Richmond. Trying to scroll up. It's trying to drag it down for me for some reason. It's doing it more times than it should be. Fremantle, 50 points. We'll give them that. 49. All right, Essendon, North Melbourne. Essendon with 34% of the votes. Wow, Essendon might not get a win. They might only be able to beat West Coast. North Melbourne will get their second win. Actually could be okay this year. I don't think they're going to make much of an improvement, but they've got an easy start, so they're pushed to 9th. They're actually in final spot right now. Port Adelaide have the easiest start to a fixture you'll ever imagine, and they're obviously going to win this game easily, but maybe not by the biggest of margins. And then the last game of round 3 is Carlton-Melbourne. So there are buys, I believe. Carlton-Melbourne. Carlton just get more of the votes, but not by a lot. We finally have a close game to finish off round 3. And the ladder, I don't know if there's much of a surprise with the ladder, but Port Adelaide are also still undefeated alongside the Suns. And it is West Coast, Essendon, Melbourne, Richmond. So we have 4 sides without a win. I wonder if that changes anytime soon. It might change for round 4, particularly if those 2 sides play each other. But you guys don't have to vote for who you think will win. You can be a little bit like, you know what, maybe we'll fucking vote West Coast for the fun of it. Make things a little bit interesting. I don't know. Whatever floats your boat. Porterbo. Round 3, Sarah, they have the easiest start. Adelaide play Geelong away. And, I'll probably take a 2-1 start, given they have Geelong away, and they'll probably not beat them. All right, links in the pin chat. Port are definitely not getting that good of a start. Mate, you guys don't understand. Port Adelaide, yes, they're probably not going to be doing much of an improvement, but they're probably going to have a solid season due to how many easy games they have. And they're flat track bullies. So, yeah, you're sort of underestimating Port Adelaide's really easy fixture. They've got us in round 5 for gather round. So just, if you don't want them to win that game, just vote for St Kilda. You can do me a favour, and you can also do everyone else a favour that doesn't want Port Adelaide so freaking high. Surely everyone votes West Coast. Well, I actually don't know who they're playing. I'm not sure what the fixture's looking like around 4. I haven't studied it yet. So this is all news to me. But we know the first game's Brisbane v Collingwood. And you can see the live votes at the moment. Collingwood, they're going to have to do a bit more. So if you really want the Pies to win, make more of an effort here. Go on like fucking multiple accounts if you can. And just vote. You got another minute 55. Mistake in the... Oh, I made another mistake. 2 mistakes in 4 rounds. Worst case scenario, if I made that badly of a mistake, I'll just put a form or honestly just a poll in the chat. That makes sense. You don't have to ask if you want to make an edit. I actually would like more people to make edits of me from stream moments. But what edit are you going to make though? Make an edit that'll get people to want to watch more content, not just some random edit. North will win like 8 to 10 games, maybe. They'd be aiming for 8 to 10 games, I would have thought. I think they'll make some slight improvements, but still just, little steps that probably aren't enough to satisfy their fans. All right, minute to go. Let's get the likes up as well. We haven't had a stream this year to get 100 right. We're sort of slowly getting the streams a bit more and more and more of that engagement. So let's get 100 likes. I thought it was ChatGPT helping you predict every game. You read the title wrong, although ChatGPT doing so would probably be a bit fucking boring, wouldn't it? It'd just be me. All right, next game, ChatGPT, put these games in. That'd be an interesting concept, but I wouldn't believe it'd be that entertaining. I don't really think people would want to sit through watching that for a video if that was a video, let's say. Hurricanes were already in the finals with a game to go. Yeah, you guys are locked in, aren't you? If Hawthorn Suns make top 10, I'll donate. They both have to make top 10. You did already donate, though. How much you willing to wager, mate? And anyone willing to match me as well? If anyone's here as a sports bettor, I want to make some predictions here. We're going to do a few throughout the stream here. Obviously, the grand final, all of that stuff. I'll put a bet on that. But yeah, you can follow along throughout the stream if you want to make a prediction. Put some money on some random predictions we'll make it during the stream. Time has stopped though, so round 4, and we start with Brisbane Collingwood, and Brisbane are getting another win. So they win that game relatively comfortably. North Melbourne Carlton's a draw. North Melbourne Carlton is a draw. That would be really weird. I don't know if Carlton fans would take that as a loss or as a win. Probably not as a win. I think North fans would probably take that as a win. I guess given the way the game goes, who knows? But fuck. Wow. 2 draws in 4 rounds. What are the odds of that happening? All right, Adelaide Freo. Adelaide 69.6%. They win that one relatively comfortably. We'll go 37 points. Richmond put Adelaide. Now, it says option 1. All right, okay. That might not be the only time that mistake's going to be on one of these forms. Put Adelaide get just a little bit more of the votes, though. So they're going to go 4-0. Thought you guys said you didn't want Port Adelaide to be so high on the ladder. You're fucking voting for them because they've got such an easy start. Richmond 0-4. Melbourne, Essendon, West Coast still yet to win. And that's not going to change anytime soon for the Eagles. 55-point win to Sydney. Melbourne, Gold Coast, and that's not going to change anytime soon for the D's either. They're going to get done by 50-odd points again away from home. At home, the D's against the Suns, and now in front of Christian Petrarca. All right, Western Bulldogs and Essendon. And holy shit. Like, let's say 80-odd points, because that's what it was like last year, but the injuries won't be like an excuse anymore, so they can't afford to lose by 80 again. And then Hawthorn and Geelong. Hawthorn, what? 78% of the votes? Are you guys smoking marijuana or some shit? It can't be that fucking lopsided. That's fucking crazy. All right, well, an Easter Monday whooping. Geelong fans are going to be really annoyed about that. The Hawthorn, quite a bit overrated by the live chat there. Just 12th on the ladder, the Cats are. Look at that. We'll go for a ladder update after round 4. Suns and the Power. Hawthorn, Sydney, Adelaide, Brisbane, North, GWS, Carlton, Freo. We've dropped to 14th, but we did have a bye there. But 14th is a bit disgusting to look at. That is a bit shit. Hawks aren't winning that. Any side can win on the day, but the Cats, they have the wood over Hawthorn recently in these matches anyway. So I don't know why so many, especially given that, exactly, like the form just doesn't suggest Hawthorn should be this heavy favourite-wise, but fuck it, whatever. Yeah, 58 points. I will, if that actually ends up happening, if it's a 50, someone can make a clip out of 50 points. If Hawthorn beat Geelong by 50 points on Easter Monday, I will, the next day at Olympic Park, 7 in the morning, run 10 laps of the oval in my underpants. Because it's just not going to happen. Someone needs to clip that just in case, just if they have some receipts. Chat's drunken on the English cricket team. Should have got the English cricket team to have their say. They would have been better off. All right, round 5. So we've got 2 more rounds before we're going to make the next little move in the stream. Who is the guy that got that Carlton prediction right? Does he want to like, what does he want to dictate, by the way? He said he wanted to dictate part of the stream, which is fair, but like what? Clipping that. Yeah, you can clip that. You go just remember it. I should start doing that. There's a way on OBS to clip moments. I'm going to start doing that because sometimes it's a freaking pain in the ass finding the moment where I say something. Actually, you know what? If you ever join streams this year, if something like that happens or I say something or do something stupid, just put like clip that. It's easier to look back and find. Where's round 5? I'm just looking at it without actually putting it in. All right, here we go. Round 5. Can one of your punishments be come to WA and watch it? No, I'm not that rich. I don't think there's going to be too much of a change with how the punishments work. I'm not really going to be spending that much on a flight to Perth. I don't think I'll be going to Perth in 2026 anyways. No responses yet for this question. Why the hell are people skipping and predicting certain games? Do every game. Who's skipping certain games here? There's no point. You've got the time. I'll read. By the way, you guys probably want a bit more time here, so I'll go a minute. We'll go 2 minutes. No, we won't be playing the grand final this year. No. Do you think we will, or are you just hoping? 2027 needs to go well for us. We've got to probably need to win at least a couple of finals, well, at least one, but probably 2 to make it all worth it. All right, we'll give you guys a little bit of extra time because I forgot to put the format. Why is it saying 80? It says on here 89, 97, but it says here 59. Who's like responding? How can that like line up? That doesn't make any sense. That makes 0 sense whatsoever. Marsh might be added to. What's the score? Give us a score update. You know I am a St Kilda fan. Yeah, I thought you would have known that though. Some people double voting. Yeah, but it says we have 84 responses. I thought that counted double voting, right? Because we have 86 there. We only have 87 people in the stream. How have we got more people voting, more different individual people voting than watching? The numbers don't line up, do they? Anyways, this is the gather round. I have expressed my dissatisfaction for this fixture. It's an absolute deplorable. It's an absolute utter disgrace of a gather round fixture. There are so many problems with this fixture, but you can't change it. Unfortunately, it looks like this is quite close though. Someone's like botting it to make it so Carlton win because there's no fucking way Carlton are winning against Adelaide here. What the hell? What the freaking hell? How the fuck have Carlton won that? They'd be the biggest upset of all time. They are so bad at the Adelaide Oval, especially against Adelaide. The fuck? That game will be an Adelaide 60-point smashing. Right, okay. Well, someone's doing something weird. No wonder this has 110 responses. 40 of the responses have been some guy with 50 accounts making Carlton win. It's not that deep. Jesus, if you really want Carlton to win so badly, just send me a donation or something. All right, Collingwood Freo. Freo get the win. Collingwood are going to be, I say not great, but they were the ones that beat us early in the year. North v Brisbane. So this is what I'm talking about. Why do we have another North v Brisbane game? Brisbane not playing at the Adelaide Oval for the 4th year running. Essendon, Melbourne again. Essendon v Melbourne. Who's going to be caring about this game? No one. Essendon will win. Thought they were going to win. I genuinely would have picked Essendon here, but it looks like it's Melbourne, and it's Melbourne by a bit. So Melbourne get their first win, and Essendon are looking diabolical. I'm sorry, Essendon fans. Sydney v Gold Coast, and option 1 obviously means I've done that mistake again. But if it's not Gold Coast, it's Sydney. So Gold Coast get the win though, but it's a close one. I don't know if they'll start 5-0 again. It's not easy doing so. I think they'll have 1 or 2 slip-ups, but interesting to see them up first in the ladder again. Gold Coast. So Gold Coast beat Sydney. Hawthorn v the Western Bulldogs. It looks like the Hawks get glazed again. Not by as much as they did in the last game though. Geelong West Coast. Why is it so close here as well with the votes? It's like people are just trolling on purpose. Geelong win, but close-ish game. GWS Richmond. It looks like the Giants win comfortably. That's fair. And then surely no one. Why have you guys gone Port Adelaide again? There's no point in me continuing. I'll just end the stream right now. The Saints are going to start 1-4. Mate, I'd be actually so pissed off if this was the real start. If we were 14th below North Melbourne. Who voted Port Adelaide? Go on. Name and shame yourselves. Who voted Port? You tipped Saints over Port, so did my partner. Who the fuck has been pipping Port then? Look, this is one of those other games with 127 responses. See that the non-biased and weird proportionate predictions are the ones that aren't spammed? Far out. All right, round 6, what we're going to do is we're going to limit it to just the 1 per response, and we'll see if that makes any change, because I don't reckon Carlton would have won if that wasn't the case. So just quickly let me do that. Oh, wait, don't. Oh, shit. No, wait. That's right. We have to go to settings for this one. So we'll see if limiting it to 1 per response is better. And then we'll know, I guess, how many people are truly voting. Alrighty, round 6. We will start the timer and pin the comment. I've removed the comment. It's back though. Sorry for removing the comment there. You can also make it so... Why is that not being shown? I want to read that question. You can also make it so you have to answer every question before submitting. It's not as important, but it would be more ideal, right? Just, yeah, why are you picking and choosing? If you want to actually be a part of this, pick every game. I know there is a way of doing that, but I just feel like it's not that big of a deal. There must be a Port Adelaide fan in the chat when you plan the votes on their games. No, the first 4 games is fair enough. They're literally versing the easier sides. They have, I think it was Essendon, Richmond, North Melbourne, and West Coast in their first 4 games. I'm not even taking the piss. Like, how do you make that shit up? They're the 4 worst sides heading into 2026, just about. They probably have Melbourne this week, the Power. They have to get their first loss, though. Skilda sucks. They're not 14th sucks, though, for this year. G'day, Riley. What's going on, mate? Hopefully, you're all right after what happened when I saw you on the train on New Year's Day, mate. I reckon Port will win. What's win G? Oh, gather round. Okay. Yeah, because the fact they've never lost a gather. You know, it's not an easy game. Port Adelaide away, I'm not expecting us to not win either for sure, but we should at least be eyeing and wanting to win, though. We should be aiming to win, but I'm not saying it's going to be an easy game. It's a tough game to play. Whenever you're playing against an actual Adelaide side on gather round, it's a bit shit. Carlton have to be going on a losing streak. I'm surprised they're 6th, but... Oh, they are. Okay, good. You can see the votes. All right, they're going to be absolutely smashed here. Riley, so I couldn't imagine Collingwood getting the... So this might mean it's more accurate. 50 people responding. Make sure you respond if you haven't already. Be involved in this. The more people involved, the crazier some of these responses could be. And that's probably why we had like Essendon finishing in a grand final one year with this stuff. Like anything can happen. There are so many variables. So let's have a look at now what the predictions are for round 6. And after this, we'll head into a little break. By break, a little bit of a different change in how we do these. So obviously, Carlton not getting much love there. Remember, you can vote. If you're a fan of the Blues, like if you're a fan of that club, you would almost be better off just for the fun of it, predicting that team if you really wanted to. Or just be realistic. Doesn't matter. Collingwood by 39. Geelong, Western Bulldogs. I feel like the Dogs have had a hard start. Or they just haven't been predicted by anyone. Yeah, okay. Geelong by 43 points. They've got a percentage of 89.6, but they beat Essendon by 80 earlier in this. Sydney GWS. Sydney will win this game. Let's by 30 points. They're looking pretty solid so far with their start. Gold Coast Essendon. Jesus Christ. Almost the most like voted for percentage-wise of any team and any game. We'll go 80 points. Hawthorn Port Adelaide. This is at Marvel. I don't know if Stadium would have made much of a difference here, but if it was like UTAS, would people be more inclined to pick Hawthorn? It doesn't matter. Hawthorn obviously winning. Port Adelaide finally picking up their first loss to the hands of 43 points to the Hawks. Adelaide St Kilda. We have a tough start. Fucking hell, man. I'd be livid if we started 1-5. North Melbourne play Richmond, and it's wow. North Melbourne get so many more votes there. 53 points. Geez, that's incredible. But not surprising either. Brisbane, 67 points. Didn't mean to do that, by the way. And West Coast Freo, Fremantle, but not by as much as I would have thought, given how some of these have gone. So let's have a look at round 6. I'm going to go down quickly to grab a glass of water. I should have, every stream, I should have like a bottle of water next to me. Sometimes I feel like it's, I get a bit dehydrated when I'm streaming and shit. So I might just grab a glass of H2O. I'll just see what the chat's been putting in throughout that round. In my ladder predictor, I predict the Saints only lose 5 or 6 and they win the rest and make finals for the first time in 3. They win the rest. They win the rest. Wow. Mate, I'll give you $500 if that's true. Just send me a message, mate. I just posted the edit on my channel. You should post it on like the TikToks and the YouTube. Post them on all, mate. If you made an edit, may as well get more bang for your buck. It's 2026. Well, yeah. Did I not say it was 2026? Richmond, West Coast, Essendon, 0-6. Yeah, what the fuck? 0-6. 3 teams by round 6 are all winless. That might be a first, Did you hear about Catman's house? Yeah, I did. That's unbelievable. You can say all you want about Catman and think that he's like a fucking idiot for what he says and what he posts. And he does post some dumb, quite ridiculous shit at times. But I don't think anyone can be cannot feel a little bit of sympathy for what has happened. If anyone hasn't heard, the fires in Melbourne and more Victoria. He lived near the Bendigo Ranges. Really, I didn't know how rural he lived. Clearly, he lives really rural near bushfire prone areas. His entire house got burnt down and all of his memorabilia, the cat shit, is gone. Just about. Lockie was telling me a bit more about this as well because he knows Catman. He's been to his house and all that. He also has a dad that played for Geelong and all of his memorabilia is gone in the fire as well. So, man, if you haven't seen the photos or the videos, it's quite bad. Yeah. Hopefully, he's at least he's all right, I guess. But fuck, that's pretty hard to cope with that. That's one of my big fears. Gladly, I don't live in any bushfire prone areas, but imagine having your whole house burnt down and all that. So, yeah, if anyone tonight, fucking prayers up for Catman. I know he's not very loved by some people, given the shit that he posts, and I think he's done for that, but he gets clicks. Someone said a go for, yeah, I think that'll happen. I don't know how much the cats are going to be involved in actually doing anything because I don't think they like him too much, to be honest. But yeah, if you don't have a heart, or if you have a heart, then you'll feel a little bit of sympathy for it all. I'll be back. I'm just going to go grab myself a glass. I'll fill a bottle up, and then I was going to say, should we do round 7 next, and then this is what we'll do. I feel like if I'm gone, I may as well give you guys the option to vote. There's no point in leaving and then coming back and then having the vote stuff. So Let's just see if this is the right one. Real quick. It's not the right one. Oh yeah, this is the one. Oh, is it? Fuck's sakes. Close the form. Well, I know he lives with he's got a husband, so yeah. I'd love to know how they're dealing with it, to be honest. Hopefully they're I know he has a place in the city though, so he's an apartment in the city, so he at least has somewhere to stay, for those that are wondering. What's your thoughts on the Bondi attack recently? Well, I haven't really had my chance to give my thoughts at all, given I haven't streamed much since the attacks. Like, I think the day of the attacks was on the Sunday. It was a Sunday. It was like over a month ago though. But obviously, like everyone else, completely crazy how we're still in a society that stuff like that happens. Like, you shouldn't be fearing for your safety at all by just going and celebrating what was a Jewish Christmas, was a Hanukkah event or something like that. Yeah, it's fucking shit. Pretty scary stuff. The videos, obviously, the guy that tackled the perpetrator, like, what a hero he is. But fuck, yeah, like, just crazy scenes. Just something about, like, Sydney is like getting all these terrorist attacks more so than Melbourne, but Melbourne's no better. Like, Melbourne's lots of violence in Melbourne. That's why I'm like fearful of doing overnight streams in the city, because of the Perth shit. Someone had a weapon on them and that was a female. Like, if I did like a overnight by myself, I'm saying, in the city, and I'm recording stuff, it's dangerous, but it is also content. So how much do I want to risk my safety for you guys? I'm not sure. Anyways, I'll put the form in now before getting myself, because I should get myself the water now. I'm pretty freaking thirsty. So we'll copy the link. This is just one of two little mini forms. Can you guys? Why can't you see it? Oh, here we go. Just the biggest trade disappointment. It's just a answer in the chat. Obviously, someone that was picked up over the 2025-2026 trade period. Who do you think will be the biggest disappointment? And whoever gets the most votes is crowned as the predicted biggest flop. And we'll see how close we are. We could look back at this at the end of the year and go, fucking hell, we predicted like Tom de Koning to have the terrible year, and he's become all Australian. If you don't remember, I know people might be forgetful. You can, whilst gone, just look it up on Google, or if you want, I could even go through the entire trade periods, just so you guys can. I'll do that right now, actually, considering even I've probably forgotten of a few names. So let's just go through the trade period and every. Why is your team 1 and 5? Because fucking everyone's an idiot and they don't know what they're talking about. Is there like a website that just shows you every single like player movement trade that's been made, just so people can have a look at it on the stream? Not any of this garbage, because this is like telling me what every team got, but I don't want that. Because I think it'd be better to have it on the screen. Or if you don't really care, I guess you just pick whoever you can think of at the top of your head. I know everyone's going to pick de Koning now that I said that, but whatever. I'll be back in a second. All right. What are the responses looking like? We don't have as many. That's okay. That's all right. whatever we have the most of, that will be the player of 2026 to be the biggest disappointment over the course of the trades. So let's just review these responses then. All right. So how are we going to go about this? Because I should have clarified. I wanted a first and last name. We're not going to get a first and last name, are we? I know we're not. So maybe I'll just link it to Sheets instead, and we'll go through what was said most. All right. So Clayton Oliver, 1 vote. Jamari Uelhagen, 1 vote. Petrarca, 1 vote. Silvani, 1 vote. Petrarca, 2 votes. Jamara, 2 votes. Did I fuck up? No, I didn't fuck up there. All right, so Petrarca, 2 votes. Jamara, 2 votes. Kerno, 1. Kerno, Liam Ryan, Oliver, Draper, TDK, Merritt, Ryan, Octa AFL, hilarious. Petrarca, Oliver, Petrarca, Jamara, Oliver, Allen, Kerno, Oliver, Silvani, Petrarca, Allen, Will Hayward, Why the hell is everyone going against Will Hayward? Who's this guy that's put in 4 Will Haywards at once? Probably a Carlton fan. Actually, probably a Sydney fan. I'm going to go to Clayton Oliver, though, because I think, fuck that. Next time, to make things make more sense and make it easier, we're just going to have you guys put the first and last name and try to get the spelling right as well, because otherwise... but I think, yeah, Petrarca, to be honest with you, looks like he's probably got the most genuine votes anyways. Unless Uelhagen. It's not going to Will Hayward. I don't know why people are even bothering. All right. Petrarca. Congratulations, Chris Petrarca. Everyone congratulate him in the chat. Biggest disappointment of 2026. I'm not in huge agreement with that. I would have gone Jamara myself. I think he's not going to be kicking more than 20 goals, and he's going to be possibly not having a game, and not because of injury, just because of attitude again. What do we think about that? Who actually agrees with that statement? Because I don't really agree with that. I think he'll be a solid contributor. I don't think he's going to be as dominant though in that Gold Coast side. He's not going to be like their first or second choice mid or anything like that. But he'll be all right. He'll be good. The next one we'll do quickly before we get to round 7. We want to be quick with this one. I don't want to just sit here for like 10, 15 minutes per form. No one wants me to be doing that. Sort of gone are the days, hopefully, of me just extending streams just dramatically for the sake of doing so. I'm not a huge fan of wasting time, but I do it a lot. Hence why content's been dry this year. Next we're going to be... This is just like... This isn't really a... whoever gets the most votes is what we choose. It's more of just like, I want to read some of these. So what's a headline you reckon we will see in 2026? It can be anything, honestly. Just think of something quite creative, or if you've already got one, that's good. If you don't have one, just it could be basic. It could just be like really basic. Like, okay, I think that let's go Jamara, right? 40 plus goal season. I don't know. Like, it could be really anything. If you want to put a couple in the chat, maybe for some people to get a little bit of an idea, you can. Collingwood 12th, are we so serious? It's round 6, for fuck's sakes. People need to start getting a little bit more worried, I guess, if anyone is really getting worried, which I don't think anyone is. Maybe by like the round 18 when it's like 6 rounds to go. But I don't think Collingwood are going to do much. Colin Place, how you going? Essendon finishing last. Well, I think Essendon aren't going to be as bad as everyone's saying, but everyone's saying they're going to still be as bad as last year. You said Michael Voss gets sacked mid-season. Yeah, we'll go through. So just get your response in. Let me know if you've put a thumbs up in the chat if you put one down. If you haven't, put a what's some good emojis? Maybe like the thumbs up if you have. Let's put the what's like a that, you know, that emoji looks like with a I'm terrible at explaining the emoji, the mid-face emoji, sort of like the no expression. That if you're still picking, And the thumbs down if you're not going to bother. What's the name for that one? The Met emoji. Oh, yeah, I guess I guess if they call it that, they might call it that then. The meh. You could have just said meh. Fuck it. All right, James Games. It's that one, but I don't think the eyes are shut though. But you know what? I still don't know what I'm talking about. Let's go read. We'll just read through some of these. Genuinely, we'll just have a little read through, and then we'll we'll get to round 7. Studi bashes Andrew Dillon. Let's rate everyone out of 10 here. I have how likely. Well, yeah. I mean, if they cross paths, I don't think Studi's going to have the mental capacity or the courage to actually go on with it. He's all talk about that shit. I don't think he'll do it. Michael Voss gets sacked mid-season. Sackings mid-season obviously don't happen as often as in other leagues, but it's a possibility if it's a really bad start. Brockman in the hospital after being punched by Tom Lynch. Am I missing something, or is that really just a very oddly specific headline? Giants drop. I don't know if that... I mean, yeah, fair. Okay, I did say you can be broad. It doesn't really matter. Can't make the grand final. No. Telegram punches someone in the face. He doesn't do that stuff as often anymore, and that's how you spell his name. Gunston break the all-time goals. How can he do that, for fuck's sake? Michael Voss be sacked again. Another one saying that. Thilthorpe, 75 goals. Wow, I'd love to see it, but it's probably not happening. People need to learn how to spell his name. That's not that hard to believe. Someone just put in Ugle-Hagen. Okay. Jezza adds another premiership medal to his cows. And I'd like to see that, but I don't think Jezza won't be close to 100 next year. Studi quits the AFL. What's with Studi shit to this time around? Nick Dacos has robbed the Brownlow again. Maybe not if they're checking stats this time around. Essendon start the season 0-10 and Brad... Well, it's possibly going to happen given these predictions. This simulation's looking likely for that to happen. Lockie Neal gets convicted of rape. What the fuck? Gunster kick more goals than Buddies. Why are people saying that again? At this rate, I'm just going to keep... Studi again. Voss sacked. Voss sacked again. Court giving money in public. Yeah, if I have the money for that, I'll do it. What's with all the Jack Gunston glaze and all this Studi stuff? I feel like people are just putting in multiple submissions. Talk of a merger between... let's say, I reckon if we're going to pick one, Voss to get sacked, and it doesn't have to be midway through the season. At any stage, even at the end of the year, Voss is gone. Maybe. I could see that. I think fans can overall be okay with that one. All right, let's move to round 7 now. I feel like we've had our fun with some of these responses. Some of them were okay. Some of them were... Some didn't make sense. Some were obviously not going to happen, and others, well... I feel bad for your well-being if that's what you're predicting, to be honest. Living in La La Land with some of this shit. Round 7 is what we'll get through now. And like with the previous rounds, we'll give 2.5 minutes. If you just joined, 2.5 minutes. Wasn't showing. We'll go to 2 minutes 20. And 1 per person is ideal. Yeah. When it's not 1 per person, it can get a little bit more unpredictable, but I think it's better off if we just had it 1 per person. Big Bash, 150 for 2, the Scorchers. What did Mitch Marsh end up getting? Saints lose this round and people are taking the piss. People will always take the piss. People find, for some reason, they don't early on, but then as they realise certain sides could make certain climbs, that they start taking the piss to try and help a certain team make it to a top 4 spot or something. A sensational end of season rise. Marsh isn't out. He's still in. I heard someone say earlier that Marsh departed after the 6th or 7th over. 2026 headline, player needs leave for a year after mental breakdown. Bobby Hill. Wonder when we'll see Bobby Hill back on the footy field. Do I like Deal or No Deal Australia? I'd like to be on the game, but not so much watching it. I think anyone would want to get on the game show and win some money. North Melbourne 9th. Yeah, Jesse, I think they have an easy start, in fairness. I'd like to see what Hotkey. I don't know if he studied the fixture yet for next year. Not sure many people have or not, but with their first 6 games, they should be targeting to start, I guess, in the spot they are right now, but I don't know. They had had a draw against Carlton. They played West Coast as well. They played Essendon. They actually have a really piss easy start like Port Adelaide. So I think they should be definitely on at least 2 wins. I'd say ideally 3 or 4. So it's not actually that hard to believe. All right, well, 50-50. Time is gone. There's another draw. We only had 38 responses that time round, so we're getting significantly less than last couple of years. But it's whatever. Draw to start things off. Thursday night footy. Fucking Western Bulldogs v Sydney. 3rd draw after round 7. We're set for a record pace. Richmond take on Melbourne here. And Richmond can't get the win. They almost stole it there. We'll go 9 points. So Melbourne pick up their 2nd and Richmond are still winless. Hawthorn Gold Coast, 2 of the biggest glazed teams in this entire fucking stream. Hawthorn look to win that game. And given it's in Tassie, I'm not against that call at all. Anzac Day and Collingwood win that one. Essendon still yet to get a win. Port Adelaide Geelong at the Adelaide Oval. Yep, Geelong. Reasonable calls here. Ones you can see actually coming true. Fremantle Carlton. Once again, Fremantle probably by a similar margin to the last game. And this is what I'm talking about. It's not as lopsided as it should be, for God's sakes. How could it only be 57% to 42%? People are just doing it to try to piss me off. So St Kilda will not get that percentage booster that they really should be getting and somehow only win by like 14 points. So whoever picked West Coast, I see you. Brisbane take on Adelaide and Brisbane get a, let's go 30-odd point win. 35 at the Gabatoine, and then we got GWS North Melbourne and GWS. Let's go by a similar margin, and they won this ground last year in Canberra. All right, quick review for round 7. Gold Coast, Brisbane, the 2 Queensland sides, Hawthorn, Fremantle, Port Adelaide, they're going to start slipping away. Don't you worry about that. Geelong, Sydney, GWS, Adelaide, North Melbourne are still, after round 7, in the top 10. Collingwood, Carlton, the Bulldogs, St Kilda, Melbourne, Richmond, West Coast, Essendon. We have a decent finish to the year, but I don't know if we're going to start making a rise if some of these people are fucking having West Coast betting us, for God's sakes. Ludicrous. Just doing us a huge injustice, aren't they? All right, round 8. Jeez, this guy was straight onto it. Mate, as I said before, why bother going just the one game? You may as well go the whole 9. Saints by 9 goals. I don't know who we're playing. Ideally, though, that would have been what should have been for the St Kilda West Coast game. Dogs Freo. Shall I go through to see what the games are? Adelaide Port, Essendon Brisbane, West Coast, Richmond, Geelong North. We play Carlton. Well, we play a side that I think we're better than. So I'll be... And especially given all the Carlton shit that we had earlier in the year as well. And on this stream. Just lock that down as a win. West Coast have a lot better team than last. Yeah, but they were so bad last year that even that improvement for their standards is still not going to do much compared to everyone else. Tell me why. Give me like a genuine argument why West Coast aren't going to be now another bottom 2 side. Collingwood's catchphrase for the year. I don't know. We should have made wildcard round because they're going to be fighting for wildcard round. And their fans, they won't be saying that, though. It's not a catchphrase. I don't know what catchphrase. They'll have, someone could think of a better one in the chat. West Coast to be worse after Allen walked out. What did Allen give them in 2025, though? Allen was like no benefit to them anyway, so probably better off that he's not like even, like he's just less of a headache for them. There were multiple games where he should have been dropped for them, which is saying something given how underperforming a lot of their other players were. 2 All-Australians coming back to their team, and our backline looks really good. Yeah, your backline might be 16th best in the comp now. Collingwood membership page, it has to be a Dacos and a Christmas hat. If you to Collingwood membership page, if you go to the, I don't want to go to the Collingwood membership page though. They should take that down though before it gets bad. Why does it say? I still don't get that. Anyone know why it says 184 responses when it's probably because people are picking which games they want to... Yeah, that now I understand. I actually think now that is why. So, again, I forgot to limit it to 1 per person. We're going to make sure for everyone from now on that's the case. Can you have it so you have to... Whatever. I don't really know why that people are actually give that much of a crap to do that. It'll make for some interesting responses then. Maybe some upsets. Who knows? All right, Collingwood Hawthorn. Hawthorn. By 14 points. Western Bulldogs v Fremantle. Fremantle. By 29 points. I don't think the Bulldogs are going to be that bad. Come on. Give me a break. Adelaide v Port Adelaide. Adelaide. Look at Port Adelaide just starting to slip down and down and down. Slowly and slowly. Essendon and Brisbane. It makes complete sense because no one cares for this game. That's why these are all the normal votes. But then if you go down below, they're all the votes of people just trying to get certain sides to win. I can see 130 votes for the St Kilda Carlton game, but I don't actually know the results. I haven't read them yet. So Essendon v Brisbane. And 82%. Yeah, okay. Fair. Fair enough. This one could be a bit different though. Why does it keep fucking going down though? West Coast Richmond. Wow. West Coast for some reason got 80% of the votes there, but something tells me that it should have been a lot more even though. This whole system is flawed clearly without me having it limited to 1 response. Whatever. West Coast by 48. So West Coast pick up their first win. Can we see the same for some of the other clubs? Richmond, I feel like, won't go 0-8 though. Geelong and North Melbourne. Wow. So people trying so hard to get North to win that game, yet Geelong still find a way. They avoid the match fixing. You guys think that you're going to get that big of a reaction? Like, what do you expect me to fucking do? Oh my God. I'm going to start crying because we're not in the top 8. These people are being so mean to me. Do you think that's how I'm going to react? Because, I mean, it's a simulation at the end of the day. Carlton get the win. By the way, that's match fixing because I don't think it would have been that way if no one hitchhiked the vote. Or not hitchhiked the votes, fucking hacked the vote system or anything like that. So we'll give Carlton a 22-point win, but I think that's bullshit. I think the last couple are also bullshit because Sydney shouldn't be winning by only that amount. They win by like 10 points. And then Gold Coast, yeah, fair. You can't see that. Gold Coast. Gold Coast by... Although they don't play well against the Giants. So after round 8, we've won 2 games. Piss off. Suns and the Lions, 7-1. 263 responses. Look at that. Fuck me. All right. Remind me to make it 1 per response now because it's actually quite important we do that. Otherwise, there's no way certain sides are going to have any chance. Like, there's no way St Kilda are getting another win. Like, there's actually no way it's going to happen. Before I put the link in, remind me. All right, I've set it to 1 per. All right, that means we should get a more realistic version of what these sponsors should be, because it's not fair for what everyone else wants. So, like, I don't think anyone wanted to see. Well, in reality, what was the only prediction that was probably screwed over? The Saints and Carlton one, and maybe the West Coast I think the West Coast one as well. All right, round 9. Essendon Storm home by. Well, that's the thing. In any other season, there's no chance. But if you guys really, really want Essendon to somehow storm home and get the next 15 wins, you can actually make it happen. It's possible. It would be the most remarkable thing since the invention of sliced bread. All right, one response. Do we have any Essendon fans watching? Fidgets in the chat. What's up? Brisbane by 100 points versus Carlton. The only way it'll be 100 points, though, is if it's literally like 100, or like, let's say the votes are like 95% to 5% or something like that. Then yeah, I can go 100 points. I'm not going any more than 100 if it's not like 95 at least. We got one Essendon supporter. Wayne, I'm sorry, mate, but yeah, you've only got one account to pick Essendon on if you're even going to pick them. All right, timer. We'll just give it like maybe a 1 minute 12. I think it's been on for that long now. Scott. Oh, Scott of the Hotties in the stream. But it's been at like at least 2 months. I haven't even seen you much on TikTok, to be honest, but you've been posting, I guess, bits and pieces. Good to see you in, Scott. There's another Essendon fan, as we were speaking about Essendon fans. We know we at least have 2. Halftime, Freo 67-36. Yeah, I thought you were against the Dockers. If you finally coming to terms that you guys might be good this year. Can you start mogging? I want to make a real tough edit for you. No, I'd make like proper edits of like things that happen on the stream. I'm not going to just make shit up for your edit. Just find something on the stream that's worth making edit for. Just to stick around. If you make an edit, here's this footy kicks. If you make an edit, and I'm not even giving you that hard of a target, 250 likes, I'll give you actually no, 1,000 likes. That is a bit more difficult, and I'll give you a mod on my streams. First person, if they are that desperate for a mod, to somehow make some form of an edit, and on their account prove it's them, you can moderate my streams. Because I know how desperate people are for moderators. So if you put a bit of an effort in trying to get that. Hopefully I don't regret saying that, though. All right, Fremantle Hawthorn. First game of round 9. And the Dockers. They're looking pretty good. Unsurprisingly, though. They're always pretty widely loved in these things. Brisbane, Carlton. Look at that. Carlton have a hard fixture. Yet they're still somehow 10th. So, I'm not sure how that works. Port Adelaide, Western Bulldogs. Western Bulldogs. Why, we've got 30 points. These are all hefty margins. North Sydney. Sorry, hotkey. But you're probably expecting that to be the real margin at the end of the day. GWS Essendon. Giants by 48. Looks like this is going to be another real boring round of footy. Gold Coast and Kilda in bloody Darwin as well. And fair. We're not beating them in Darwin. I'm not bothering with this game. It'd just be a waste of money if I went to that game. Geelong Collingwood. This should be a little bit more even. I thought we saw last year. Geelong will win that game. Melbourne v West Coast. All right. Oh, I forgot they have won. I thought for whatever reason they hadn't won a game yet, but no. Melbourne, 62%. West Coast, 38%. We'll go Melbourne by 23 points. And the final game of the round is Richmond v Adelaide. And Richmond, that people are actually wanting Richmond to win now, but I think it's just too late. I feel like by this point, they're going to need to start getting some wins. I know Adelaide are a good side, but this is a home game for Richmond. They gave it the rule, let's say 24 points, but they're 0-9. Dreamtime's going to be a big one. The loser of Dreamtime still winless. Fuck. All right. Ladder prediction. What are we at now after round 9? Brisbane, Gold Coast, Freo, Hawthorn, Geelong, Sydney, Adelaide. Geelong had a really rough start, but they've climbed back. GWS, Port Adelaide, Carlton, Collingwood, North, Western Bulldogs, Melbourne, St Kilda have now dropped below the Demons. I don't think I'd be able to survive this season if this is where we're at after round 9 and we're 15th. I don't think it can get much worse than that. Round 10. Marsh is out. I swear, if the Strikers somehow win, then it's literally a curse for whatever team bats first. All right, I'm going to put the link in for round 10. If you've just joined us, what we're doing is we're getting the chat to have their say on every single game of the season and a few other things along the way as well. We had a couple of other forms we did in the stream a little bit earlier. One was the biggest disappointment after the trade period, and the responses said Christian Petrarca. So they all reckon Christian Petrarca will be the most disappointing player from 2026 that was traded. And then the other one was a headline we will see in 2026. And if we ignore the studio will bash Andrew Dillon comments, then the next most predicted was for Voss to get sacked. So, yeah, hopefully we can get one or two of these correct. Wonder if you can bet on this. Like, if you can bet on Michael Voss to get sacked. You may be able to. I know that the timer hasn't started yet, but I'll give it another minute 40. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm not doing these myself. I'm getting the chat to predict, not myself, mate. Hold off with that comment before realizing how this works. 88.51. Quite close to a ton as well. I feel like a lot of plays have been quite close to 100s this season in the last few games, and they've just been just a bit short. Sam Harper, Josh Brown. Head and Skipper says, hopefully this works, but now my main account chats aren't showing up. Do you know if I'm blocked? What's your main account? I haven't blocked you, though. And I don't know why you'd be blocked. I'd like to know who I'm speaking to, though. How about just give Geelong a win? Geelong don't need wins. They aren't a side that need charity, I don't reckon. They're looking okay. I mean, they're 5th. Somehow they're not in the top 4 with a 7-2 record. Because it's like, look how... It's not an even ladder at all. Look how, like, skewed it is from the top to the bottom. We actually might need some more upsets here. Fuck, we might need some more upsets. I might have to just throw around a few of the magnets after round 12. Brisbane, Geelong. Should we, by the way, guys, should we maybe reduce the timer amount to a little bit less so we're not, like, waiting around for no reason? And we only had 38 responses there. What the hell? Come on, chat. We got to get more people responding. We've got, like, we've got 100 in. I would like to get at least 50 per round. At least 50 per round, ideally. All right. It does say 48 here, but no one's doing every game, which goes against the whole point of this fucking stream. So Brisbane win by 40 points. Sydney win this game by, I'm just going 28, like given, you know, the difference in percentages. Gold Coast, Port Adelaide. It's funny that this is how much of a skewed result, given a few years ago, it'd be Gold Coast that couldn't get anywhere near a win against Port Adelaide. But we'll go, yeah, Gold Coast at Tyre Stadium by 66. All right, Adelaide, North Melbourne. Try and speed through these a little bit quicker. Adelaide will get that win. No ifs, no buts. Melbourne v Hawthorn. Hawthorn by 47. Carlton, Western Bulldogs. Western Bulldogs start picking up a few more wins here. They move to 10th. It's going to be not much of a battle for the top 4 or top 8. It's going to be a battle for that wild card spot, it looks like, which sort of sucks. Essendon, Freo. Freo, yeah, fair. They get the win. Saints, Richmond. Okay, I was going to say, I didn't know we had Richmond here, but the fact that the only wins we're able to get are the ones against the shitter sides like West Coast and Richmond, that's pretty concerning. We can't even win by more than 24 points against like the worst side. So Richmond are going to go into the Dreamtime game alongside the Bombers with a record of 0-10. 0-10. West Coast and GWS by 44 points. We need the ladder to shake up a little bit more than this. I feel like it's just not really changing. The only positions that are changing are like Fremantle and Sydney switching, the Bulldogs and the Blues switching. Like, that's all it is, really. $200 for Perth. Why Port still in the top 9? Yeah, they're looking like they're going to fall out. They started 5-0. They haven't won a game since then. They have not won a game since round 5. All right, 2 more rounds before we take another little break. Cover the cap. Nah, no one makes Lamar Jackson edits anymore. I'm sorry, but I've already done enough of those. It's 2026 now. It's probably. I'd say it's probably time for one of these, but I think that also probably needs to be left in 2025 as well. There needs to be something now, like something new to overtake those. Limit to 1 response. Responses. Yep. We won't keep you guys waiting for as long either. We'll go like a minute 30. So if that means we'll only get like between 30 to 40 responses, so be it. It doesn't really matter. That's fine. I've never seen the Suns on... Say, they started top of the ladder last year, mate. They were top of the ladder after gather round. And I think they've been top other times before, but they were definitely on top last year. But you don't often see it. Everyone's used to seeing Gold Coast so low. But like this is actually like, we're not even taking the piss anymore with Gold Coast. They're actually going to be like a legitimate force to be reckoned with. Seeing as the top 10 looks so odd. What's it going to look like with the finals now, actually? Do they have that finals format on Squiggle, or is that not a thing anymore? Because, the finals bracket's going to look a little bit different with an extra week of finals. I still hate how that's a finals game. Andrew Dillon can go suck a, like, honestly, suck a fat one. Brisbane get their only loss. If they're playing the Giants... I would sort of agree with that. The Giants, I feel like the Giants always seem to get the one up over the Lions. It doesn't matter where it's at. I just feel like the Giants play quite well when they play the Lions in recent memory. He only cares about money. It's rare to find a CEO of any, well, not just the AFL, but any company that doesn't have such an interest for money. That isn't like more of, I don't know, holds more values over just trying to make as much money as humanly possible. Alrighty, Adelaide are going to get the win over Hawthorn here for the first game of the round in round 11 in Tassie as well, which is a bit of a rare one. So finally, I'd say finally get an upset, a genuine upset. This is the big one. Who avoids starting 0-11? It's going to be Richmond. Richmond by 6 in what can only be described as an absolutely fucking pathetic Dreamtime of the G. And Essendon are now the only team that can still go winless for the entire season. It would have been fitting if that was a draw, to be honest, but it isn't. Shit. I'm not looking forward to this prediction. Freo St Kilda. Wow, that was close. Wow, that was bloody close. That was way closer than I was thinking. Freo by 7. Fuck, that would have been a win. That would have been a handy win. We're 3-8. We need every win that can come to us. North Melbourne v Gold Coast. Freo v St Kilda there. North v Gold Coast. Quite even again. Jeez, people are changing their mind with a few of these. Gold Coast 61. North Melbourne 39. Obviously still Gold Coast with a win, but by 22 points. Next up, we have Geelong and Sydney in GMHBA Stadium. And it is Geelong. But by 15. Not by heaps. Collingwood take on West Coast, and Collingwood will win that game relatively comfortably. Port Adelaide Carlton, this will be interesting. Port Adelaide, will they get another win? They will get another win. So they go 5 wins, 5 losses, and they're back on another win. So can they keep up a bit of a winning streak here? Who knows? Giants beat Brisbane. Do the Giants get the win? They do get the win. They get the win by 12 points. And Western Bulldogs Melbourne finish off the round. And it is the Western Bulldogs. Sam Darcy takes Mark of the Year again. Probably not. He shouldn't have even taken it in the first place. And this is what we are looking like at round 11. So round 11, Gold Coast, Brisbane. It's going to be another Q Clash fucking qualifying final at this rate. Freo, Hawthorn, Adelaide, Geelong, Sydney, GWS. I think that top 8's almost set. I feel like we should make it... we should just start making more upsets happen so we can get a little bit more of a different top 8, top 10. So it's just not as solidified. It feels like it's just going to just going to be this now for the rest of the fucking rounds. St Kilda, give them some more wins. Give them a win over Hawthorn. Everyone predicts St Kilda for this next game. And don't just do it for me. Just do it for the whole sake of the ladder. Top 4 is set. No, it's not set. Look at the Giants. They're 8th and they have a 7-3-1 record, whereas Hawthorn have an 8-3 record. Maybe the top 3 is set. I think Gold Coast, they'll definitely finish top 4. Maybe them and Brisbane, but I think you can switch a few of them else around if it's just going to continue to go on the way it's going right now. All right, so this will be the halfway point of the season, round 12. When's the break? After round 12. And by break, we're just going to move on to a couple of other forms. G'day, Total Drama. Sorry to spam. I don't know if you respond or not. Oh, you're the AFL YouTuber guy. No, I haven't banned you, mate. It could be that a mod accidentally banned you, but I doubt they would have. So round 12. If anyone wants to, as I said before, make an edit of me that gets 1,000 likes on either Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, any other social media platforms that you can think of, then yeah, be creative. 1,000 likes first to do it gets a mod on the channel. And I want to give away a mod. I want to find the first person if it takes a couple of weeks, if it takes till the footy season. G'day, Crom Magician. St Kilda Hawthorn. Oh, St Kilda's absolutely smashing the Hawks here. We're still halfway through the game, though. So half time, and it's St Kilda up by 30 points. So this is why it's good to have more people take part in this. Because now it's sort of like a bit shit. It's like no one's really responding because everyone's already responded. Do we go back and have it so people can respond as many times as they want to make things a little bit more interesting? Yes or no? If there are more yeses, I'll go with it. Because it's kind of like, oh, now we know what we're going to get. And it might be more boring if that happens. Because it could be more boring. Everyone just go, oh, yeah, we'll go Gold Coast over Richmond. People are spamming their answers here. I don't know. Can I start a poll? Just yes or no. Yes is allow multiple votes. No is keep it as it is. Because we were heavily against it a few rounds ago, but I'm almost wanting to have it happen. I am almost for it. 59 are saying yes. 60%, 40%. I think more people want me to do it. All right, well, that's the end of the timer. So let's just let's go through the games now. So St Kilda are going to get an upset win over Hawthorn, the heavily glazed Hawks. Because let's be completely honest with you, there will always be sides that are doing crazy upsets, no matter what. So we need to make this at least somewhat realistic. Next up, we have Carlton Geelong. Geelong win this game by 6 goals. Sydney v Richmond. Sydney win this game by 40 points. The only thing is, by doing that, it could mean Essendon will get a win. Or people will just be like, nah, we're going to make sure Essendon don't win. Oh, Andy Newen with $8. Thank you for that. Surprised there wasn't a message there underneath it. Brisbane over Freo. W. Andy in the chat. Western Bulldogs Collingwood. Western Bulldogs are starting to get a few more wins here. Giants by 23. And West Coast v Essendon. So let's actually see. Do Essendon pull up their first win? Nah, that could be the first winless side of this entire series. West Coast win by 38 points. So it is a pretty, clear split between the top 10 and the bottom 10. 2 wins separate 10th and 11th. And then 8th and 9th. So this is actually where you wouldn't want the wildcard round to be put in place, because if the wildcard round, right, was a thing, it'd be 7th and 10th, 8th and 9th. But you can tell that 8th is clearly better than 9th here. And look with the percentage and all that shit as well. So it just wouldn't really add anything to the season. It'd just be more of a disadvantage on these sides. These teams aren't deserving of finding that spot. It would make more sense if these sides were quite similar to 8th and 7th to have that as a wildcard round. I guess and it wouldn't even make the season, if this was again, let's just say this was the end of the year and that was the point difference. Wildcard round brings you nothing, because it's not like there's any tension to see who finishes 10th. Look at the points difference between Port and Collingwood. So this is a pretty crap ladder, but we've still got half of the games to go. So hopefully it can change. We are going to make it so people can vote a couple of times now to make things just a little bit more interesting. It is round 12, so I'm going to do a couple more forms. We're going to do... I want you guys to be genuinely honest in these votes. I don't want you guys to fucking take the piss with this one, because it doesn't really make as much sense. So these are... The first one we've got is biggest surprise team of 2026. So who will be the biggest surprise packet of the year, the biggest riser or whatever it might be. So you can't really go the lines, I wouldn't have thought. So yes, it's an option, but it's not really going to make sense. So for this to work, we need a response I'm happy with. I might not even accept it if it gets the most votes if I'm not happy with it. And this doesn't need 2.5 minutes to vote at all. It needs, if that, 1 minute. It does not need that long. We'll go 51 seconds. Should we see what the live votes are? May as well. St Kilda, North Melbourne. St Kilda on 3 votes. West Coast have the... I don't fuck off West Coast going to be the biggest surprise packets though. Seriously. West Coast and North. St Kilda, come on. Not that it means anything, but it looks good if we get something. It's not often St Kilda win any awards. This is technically an award in itself. Biggest surprise team of... Oh, North Melbourne on 9. It's 15 seconds. St Kilda 10. North 9. North just need to pick up any votes, and I'm probably not doing the Saints any favours by fucking making it so obvious that North would want some votes. 10 apiece here. It's really between St Kilda and North Melbourne. Still is. Whoever gets the next vote is awarded. Not really awarded, but it's who the chat most think will be the biggest surprise. And it's bloody North Melbourne. Not even... Yeah, I can't agree with that. But I mean, it is a fair response. Let's see what some of the other teams were, shall we? Oh, that's actually not going to work by doing that. Let's just do this instead. Will this work or not? Oh, yeah, this will work. So North Melbourne with 13, St Kilda with 11, Richmond with 7, West Coast with a 6, Carlton with a 3. Remember, this is a surprise positive, not disappointing surprise. Melbourne, Adelaide, Port Adelaide with the 1 vote. Okay. You know what? I think that's pretty justified. But it pains me to say that we're not going to get that title. So it's North Melbourne for the biggest surprise packet of 2024. 2026, 2024, where did that come from? And he says, yeah, that's right, North Horizon. Well, what would be, for those that voted North, what do we think North for 2026 then? Because it's got to be almost finals, almost top 10. If they're the biggest surprise packet of any side, I think it's almost top 10. Is it not? Genuinely. $16th to 15th doesn't warrant the biggest surprise package at all. And they didn't finish that low last year. I think did they finish 16th? I thought they finished 15th. But you might be right, actually. I might have thought they finished because a couple of wins, but they had still some pretty bad ones. So some bad losses probably meant that they ended up finishing that low for another year in a row. Anyways, we'll put the next one in. This is going to be the biggest disappointment of 2026. And I've done this quite a bit last year, where I had after every round the option for you guys to pick out of the option of 4 clubs who was the most disappointing. And I thought for the most part you guys were pretty accurate with your responses. So ahead of 2026, what do we reckon? I'll put the link in and you guys can vote away. And then we'll, what did people say about North Melbourne? And don't just talk about, like, it can be like other stuff. Why are they going to get this X amount of wins? Why will they finish 11th or 12th? If there are whys, I want to hear whys. North Melbourne could, like, I feel like for this one, you can technically pick any club. Because they can be disappointment and still be really bad last year. To be the biggest disappointment, though, I'm not sure. St Kilda? Get fucked. I mean, there's a lot more of a split opinion with these ones, for sure. Collingwood have 6 votes. GWS, their team defense is shit and they have done nothing to improve that. Two votes for GWS. Hawthorn the 1 vote. Melbourne with a 4. And I think maybe people don't understand as much, but I feel like its biggest disappointment, considering how last year went, more so. But it doesn't really matter. I guess it's still the same. Collingwood with the 8 votes here. 22 seconds. Saints have a better squad, and people say they'll do worse. Well, we've got a substantially better squad, I would have thought. And basically the clarity that Naz is going to be in the side for another 2 years. But will it gel together? Will we actually gel together as a team? Or will that take an extra year? There's never a guarantee that things just will click just because the list gets better. Looks like St Kilda also have... I think Collingwood, though. Yeah, Collingwood looks like to be the shared team that everyone reckons will be... Well, not everyone, but most people reckon will be the biggest disappointment for the year. And I can sort of agree with that. I don't really think Collingwood are going to do much. They're just getting old, aren't they? Bobby Hill's not playing early on, so... What do we reckon Collingwood are going to do? I think they're going to fight for that wildcard spot if they make it. So Collingwood with a 9, 7 North Melbourne, 7 St Kilda, 5 Essendon, 5 Melbourne, 4 Adelaide, 4 GWS, 2 Carlton, 2 Freo, 2 Geelong, 1 Gold Coast. Am I scrolling too far down? No, I'm not. Hawthorn 1, Port 1, Richmond 1. There we go. Alrighty. Sucked in Collingwood. But that might not mean anything at the end of the day. Who knows? We'll now move to round 13. And so you guys do want me to do multiple responses per person? Because that might mean your team that is currently sitting, let's say, 14th for North Melbourne, they could make a sudden push into that top 10. It'll probably piss me off potentially because of the fact that people will just make sure certain sides won't win. I don't know. We'll see how it goes for round 13 then. I know the poll did say yes, but this might end up being worse. It might end up being worse off. Who knows? Round 13. I think Nick Douglas has an ACL tear since he was having issues with it later last year. I don't reckon it's going to happen. An ACL tear. It's quite a bit extreme. Look at the amount of response to just climb and climb it. They're going to climb. They're going to start climbing. Have I made a mistake here? Have we collectively made a mistake? I don't have an alt. You don't have an alt, but others do. So it's probably best you don't have one. The first game here was Adelaide Geelong. Looks like Adelaide will win this game unless someone decides to just give all the vote to Geelong. But I feel like Geelong isn't one of those sides people care about. Geelong already have that 4th position. I'd rather see Adelaide do better than Geelong. Blues Essendon is option 1 v option 1. If that's the case, which is quite bizarre, I will just do a separate poll right now. All right, apparently Blues Essendon says option 1, option 1. For that, no one knows what option 1 and option 1 are because they're the same. So I'll just put one below. So just vote. We'll maybe give you guys a little bit more time for that one. You can vote for that one at the end. 49 seconds. It's 1 vote still. Did I not change it? Oh, I didn't change it. Oh, you know what? I stand corrected. I've made another mistake there. All right. Well, maybe for round 14, we'll change it. It's okay. It's just the one game. It's only 1 vote. I lied. Does that count as lying? Because I wasn't intending on lying. I just assumed that I did change it. If you haven't voted, you've got 19 seconds to vote. It won't make any change to that first game. In fact, it probably won't make any change to any of the games. Come on, anyone? Come on. No? No one? Rightio. Okay, we're going to leave it at that then. Adelaide Geelong, first game. Adelaide to get the more votes. They'll go 28 points. Hawthorn, Western Bulldogs. Well, Hawthorn, go and fuck yourself, the Bulldogs. You're not beating the Hawks. Although I think that could be an upset. North Freo, sort of just in a way. Kind of, not really. Screw this ground. Just screw this ground. Screw the whole thought of going to Bunbury again. Gold Coast will beat Brisbane in another Q clash. So this is the big Q clash between the top 2 sides. The Suns are 11-1. West Coast and Port Adelaide. Look at that. Look how even these votes are. But it is Port Adelaide that just get the win at Optus Stadium by 4 points. Count themselves lucky. Really annoying me that because they shouldn't be 9th. Sydney and St Kilda. Fuck. Come on, guys. This isn't the way the script is supposed to be written. Sydney by 19 points. Essendon v Carlton. Oh, well, no, Sports Nut. Option 1 is obviously Essendon, and this does still say Carlton. So, and Carlton have a similar amount of votes anyways in the YouTube poll. So Carlton win anyways, and Essendon 0-13. Big RIP right now in the chat for any Essendon fans, or just Essendon in general, the whole state of the Essendon Football Club. I think I saw something posted about Sam Durham mentioning that the Bombers are set for finals in 2026. Well, I don't know what fairy tale they're living in, because 0-13 isn't going to get you close to finals. And Collingwood-Melbourne, well, Collingwood clearly with that win will go 40 points in a shit big freeze at the G game. This is getting out of hand, says Ben, the St Kilda supporter. Mate, we need an absolute miracle. We got to do what Richmond did in 2016. Not 2016. It was 2015, I think. Or was it? It was 14 when they won their last 10 games to just make it to the 8. We've got to do something like that. because we've played 13 games. We played 23, so we need pretty much to win 9 of our next 10. But the wildcard stuff makes things a little bit more interesting. So I think any side still could probably make it, unless your Essendon, Richmond, West Coast, and North Melbourne now have just dropped significantly. Well, yeah, this is just a prediction. This is more just for entertainment purposes, obviously. It's not actually going to happen. But I don't think anyone watching this actually believes so. And if they do, well, I don't know. You probably need to have a talk to your parents about a lot of things. Round 14, we'll make it multiple responses because everyone wants that. And I screwed up last time to not have that be the case. Limit to 1 response. Oh, so what I must have done is I must have allowed it as an option mistakenly because its default isn't set to 1 per response. The default's unlimited responses. So I kind of did make a mistake there, didn't I? All right, round 14. We are currently in the bye rounds as well. Well, what do we think of the bye rounds? I don't like them. Never did. Never will. Not trying to advertise, but I'm back to YouTube and post the doco on J Tomo. Really? I'm glad you're back because there's not really many right now making the videos that are fun to watch and react to. I might do another reaction to video stream at some stage if there's any point. It's just hard because no one's making videos to react to. So what's the point of those streams? Like, is anyone like currently interested in making content or in the process of like making content? Because it's probably not very motivating when no one else really is. Let's see, Pat Kaz, do you think the edits can reach 1,000 likes? It depends on what the edit is about. If it's not one of those like fan edits that have no real... I feel like a way of you maybe getting to the 1,000 likes is if you mention the fact that 1,000 likes is the goal from what I said on the stream. You've got to clip up something relatively notable, I reckon, have more of a chance of getting that 1,000. Because if it's just a random edit about just nothing really, then I don't think you're going to get many likes, to be honest. I'll repost it though if you want. I can repost the edits because I don't repost much on TikTok. I'm not one of those people that repost everything they see. Vote the demons, guys. I'm cooking a vid, like really cooking with my new mic. Might have to watch that on stream if it's that good. Jack, they're just taking the piss out of Cardi. What did Jack say? What about Collingwood and Carlton rivaling? Well, look at how many responses are. How the freaking hell are you guys voting this many times? I feel like you can only make it. Is it 1 response? How does this work? All right, so you can probably just duplicate and then duplicate. And yeah, okay. Well, I didn't realize how easy it was to vote so many times. Jesus Christ. Does my doco count towards your edit thing? And if you get 1,000 likes, you get a mod. Like a YouTube doco. Not to be disrespectful, but do you know how difficult it is to get 1,000 likes on any AFL YouTube video? Like, it'll count if you want, but how do you reckon you're getting 1,000 likes on that? Get the dogs out of here. Well, it looks like the dogs will win this game. And they are going to win this game because the time is done. So 408 responses. Don't bother I mean, I don't know. I guess people are just going to keep responding if they really want to. Forgot how to stop them. But yeah, the Bulldogs will win by 10 points to keep them within a hunt for the 8. They are still, honestly, even a chance at the top 4 if things can go array for some other clubs. Next game, Geelong Gold Coast. And it doesn't look like this is a game that many people care too much about, but Geelong will win pretty closely at the Cattery. We'll go like 12 points. Melbourne v Essendon. There you go. The Bombers, after 13 rounds, round 14, they get their first victory, and it really is a bit of a meaningless one, but it's something, and they won't go the whole season winless. They only get a win against Melbourne, and just by a mere margin of, let's say, 8 points. But congratulations to Western. Let's all give them a round of applause in the live stream. They've done well. Now, 2 other bottom dwellers in the Eagles and the Roos, and it looks like the Roos will get the win by 6 points. And they overtake the fucking Saints. What world are we living in? Port Adelaide take on the Swans, and it's the Swans just. The Swans just. See, this makes things more interesting, doesn't it? Because I don't reckon Essendon would have got a win if it wasn't for that. Richmond v Brisbane. Richmond beat Brisbane in an upset in Tassie. This is where the ladder's going to start shifting. St Kilda v GWS. We need to win this game. And we get the win. The same day as Australia play USA in the World Cup. And the Saints keep their season alive as we head to round 15. Thankfully, we didn't lose that game. That was like a must-win game given the circumstances. Round 15. Right, all right. That was a bit more chaotic, wasn't it? Match fix report. Will all be considered match fixing at the end of the day, but it makes things a little bit more interesting, doesn't it? So is Essendon now still... They're still last, but they might pick up another couple more wins potentially. It's still no guarantee who finishes last, but it's definitely between a handful of sides. All right, we'll put the new link in now, round 15. Not too many more rounds to go. We're starting to get into the pointy end of things of the whole ladder predictions. We're going to end the other poll, by the way, as well. Please vote the Ds, guys. Sure, but unfortunately for your sake, it's not going to make much of a difference. Like, you guys aren't going to really make it past the bottom 4. I mean, I guess for Melbourne's sake, they could still make wildcard round. You could still make the biggest climb of all time. Hate watching the Gold Coast results. You hate watching the Gold Coast results. Why is that? You just feel, I don't know, envious of them? Fremantle Geelong is the first game. You can see on the screen, it looks like the Dockers are going to get a pretty solid and easy win. It's going to be a win by a decent amount. If you guys want the Cats to win, though, go on all your alt accounts and make the Cats position change. Because right now, it's looking like it's a 70-30 split. The second game, though, I will tell you, is very, very close between Gold Coast and Hawthorn. These two sides, 4th and 5th on the ladder as well. So it'll probably shift the top 4, but this isn't that important of a game. It's only round 15 as well. Jason says, vote for Melbourne. Maybe that'll get a few people to do so. If you want certain sides to be voted for, put them in the chat. Why does this timer feel like it's going on forever? How many responses as well? 303. So it doesn't look like anyone's putting too much of an interest in this game. There's going to be a St Kilda game somewhere. I just don't know who we're playing. It's worrying me because it's probably going to be against maybe an Essendon that we might lose. That's worrying me a little bit. I think the timer's about to go down to 0 though. We're very close to getting to 0. 3, 2, 1. All right, Fremantle, Geelong, and the votes have stayed basically the same the entire duration. Fremantle will win that game by 40 points. So they're now second. They could finish... The two clubs that won in 25 and 2023 are currently first and second. This is the one I was talking about being quite close, but look at that. It looks like the Hawks ended up with the more votes. So who was the one that actually tipped Hawthorn 50 times on 50 alt accounts? Because Hawthorn will end up getting the win away from home by 15 points. The next game is Adelaide v Melbourne. Now, did people tip Melbourne, like you said? Or did people find this game relatively irrelevant? Because it looks like they didn't. They did not. Melbourne get the win in an upset and keep their season somewhat alive. Adelaide will be spewing over that because how the hell did they lose to Melbourne? Giants, Carlton. Man, Carlton. somehow upsets left, right, and centre. Next game, Collingwood v Port Adelaide, and Collingwood are going to lose away. Away for Port Adelaide. They win away, and they win by, let's go, 8 points. Burrito, you're going to have to go, mate. I'm sorry. Richmond v North Melbourne. And North Melbourne absolutely demolish the Tigers. Wow. Go to the tune of 43 points. And the final game, St Kilda on the Western Bulldogs. This is not going to be, something that'll end in my favour, is it? Look at this. The Western Bulldogs. Pretty close, but this is the one with the most votes. And, well, it's because it's St Kilda, isn't it? Thank you for those that wanted to give me a win. But unfortunately, it was the Bulldogs. And I'll say the Bulldogs by 14 points. That really hurts. That fucking really stings. Especially with Melbourne getting that win as well. That stings like a lot. So top 4 is Gold Coast, Freo, Sydney, Brisbane. Hawthorn, Geelong are the 5th and 6th sides. Then in the 7th to 10th spots are Adelaide, GWS, the Bulldogs, and the Power. And Carlton, Collingwood are still fighting for a wildcard spot. North above us at round 15, now round 16, is ultra worrying. Which means they have just as much of a chance as we do. But we have an easy finish, though. But this whole limited to one response thing that I've gotten rid of is making things a little bit more nerve-wracking. It might actually ruin our chances more so than help our chances. It'll just mean we have a better chance of winning against a difficult side as opposed to beating an easy side. All right. Let's set the timer to 2 minutes. The first game is Brisbane-Sydney. It looks like no one cares about this game at all. It doesn't matter, though. It's like a kind of a worthless game. These two... if this is like in the actual season, this would have been a great game. But it doesn't make any difference to the ladder much. Saints need like the next... We've got 8 more games. We're 5 and 10. We would probably need... I think 13 wins should be enough for wildcard round. So that means we need the next 8 games to go in our favour. We're fucked. Well, undoubtedly, we're screwed. Why are people hating St Kilda? St Kilda aren't the club to hate. It's because I support them and people are just wanting to frustrate me, which is, it's getting to me a little bit, to be honest, because it's like, it's not going to happen. We're not finishing 14th. If we don't finish in the top 10, you'll see something happen this year. Something that I'm hoping won't have to happen. This one's a pretty close one, by the way, Brisbane, Sydney. Did I limit it to 1 per response this time around, or did I not? Because I feel like I didn't. Oh, okay, fuck. I fucked it up again. All right, now I've set it so you can, if you want to. You've got 45 seconds. My apologies. I must just do it out of instinct, I guess. I'm default to set myself to do that. 27 seconds. You can't see on here, but the response is starting to go up quickly. It was like at 40. It's now at 50. And it should keep climbing. Now it's at 56. 58. With 10 seconds to go, could almost get to 100. 71. It's going to be the Saints game that's going to be the most influenced, isn't it? Who do we play, though? I've got no clue. I've got absolutely no idea who the Saints are playing. But the Swans will end up getting a very, very important away win against the Lions, who are around them in the ladder by 20 points. They move to first on the ladder. So we do have quite a bit of a race for the minor premiership. It's really not set in stone at all. Carlton, West Coast. And West Coast pick up a win against Carlton. So Carlton getting all these bullshit upset wins, and they finally get a bit of a karma going their way. West Coast get all the votes and sucked in Carlton away. That's a result I wouldn't have expected. Next up is Collingwood-Richmond. Collingwood are safe. Only just, though. They win by 12. Freo v Gold Coast, and it's the Dockers. So the Dockers might go first now after this. Or are we at the wrong game? I think this is a Hawthorn GWS, actually. Hawthorn, yeah, they get that. done quite comfortably, I would say 41. North v Essendon. North Melbourne absolutely obliterate Essendon. Let's say 60 points. Then Port Adelaide v Adelaide. What about that other game? Free v Gold Coast. When's that going to appear? Port Adelaide, though, we'll go Adelaide by 27. And there's Free v Gold Coast. All right, it is a game. I wasn't hallucinating. Gold Coast, they won't be able to do it again in Perth. We'll go Fremantle by 20. So I think we had to buy that round. We have, look who we have next. Look who we have next. We have Essendon. They've only won one game for the whole year. It's a must-win game, no matter how you want to spin it. The D's were the other side with the bye. Are they the only two sides that had to buy that round? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, there would have been a couple other teams. Alrighty, round 17. What? Oh, I picked the... this isn't the right round 17. This is round 17 from like last year. I clicked round 17 from the one we did last year. Imagine if this is a win for Essendon. Oh, well, we'll know in live, like in real time, because it'll be the first game on the screen. All right, well, it's not set to 1 per response, so you guys can go wild with this one. You guys can go completely wild. We need... Fuck's sakes, guys. If you're gonna make any changes to this whole round, it has to be vote for St Kilda. The dream needs to live on. It needs to stay alive. We cannot afford to lose against Essendon. It's like last year when we played them and it was like really, really close. All right, Saints get out to a decent lead now. We've got a decent buffer. There's still quite a bit to go. We're in the second quarter now. Voting Saints a whole bunch of times. Yeah, good, mate. Hopefully it's the Saints fans and the Saints supporters and just the people that like the Saints that have the fake accounts. Actually, no, you don't need a fake account, do you? You can use the same Gmail account. You can just vote as many times as you want. St Kilda 47, St Kilda 50, Essendon 30. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking good. If it stays this way, it should be a comfortable-ish win. Ideally. Jackson, vote Melbourne, please. Well, they won against Adelaide in the last game. So you've actually done quite well to influence the subscribers. Shit, it's getting a little closer here. Essendon are starting to climb up a little bit. Essendon are starting to slightly climb up a little bit here. This is starting to get a little bit too close for comfort, but St Kilda get a few more votes. Fuck, it's 55-44 now. Remember the form is pinned. So you can have your say here. 37 seconds to go. We better not choke this, I swear to God. 70-81. 74-83. Oh my God. 80-85. What is going on here? Holy fuck. Holy shit. Essendon leading. 20 seconds. The season relies on this game alone. Oh my God. We're fucking gonna lose. Fucking... Oh my God. Nah. Somehow Essendon have done it. I don't know how the hell they've done that, considering that, 40-second mark, we were like 60%. But an influx of the Essendon fans, the feral Essendon fans, have said, nah, screw that. So Essendon are going to win their second game. And this whole goddamn concept is beyond a joke. Oh my... We're 5-11 now. We're 5-11. Oh my God. So 314 responses for the next game. Do you know how many responses that we got for the second game? 53. 53. All right. We do have to put this in. Geelong and Brisbane. Geelong get the win. But who cares at this rate? I don't care about any of these results. That does piss me off a little bit, actually. Gold Coast and Collingwood got quite a number of responses. And, well, there you go. Lots of Collingwood fans are also voting for the Pies. It's because they've got a lot of a fan base. Clearly, Collingwood will get a win, a much-needed win to keep their chances of finals alive. Certainly have a better chance of finals than we do now because of that goddamn bloody game. It says round 16 here. I'll just change it so it's not as confusing for you guys. All right, next game is GWS v Freo. This is quite close. GWS win. Wow. All right. GWS are going to pull on a bit of an upset here, but it's not actually good for the race to the top 8. Hawthorn, Melbourne. Hawthorn. Sorry, Melbourne. But even with unlimited votes, it's not going to do you anything. North Melbourne will beat Port Adelaide here, but we've got to go to Richmond v Carlton. Richmond, Carlton. Carlton get the win. I thought they were going to be picking Richmond there, to be honest. Sydney v Western Bulldogs. Sydney just. So some closer games. Port Adelaide, North Melbourne. We'll go find the results for that game. And I believe it was actually a bit of an upset. So North Melbourne will get their 7th win. And maybe it's North Melbourne that we need to cheer on. They've moved to 12th. They've never made a final series in this whole simulation that we've done before. And the last game is West Coast Adelaide. You would think surely not in a million years that Adelaide lose this game. What has happened here? And wow. Pretty stiff, I would have thought. Fair dinkum. But the Eagles are going to win that game. Not just win it, they're going to win that game by, we're going to go 60 points. Who was voting for West Coast that whole time? I thought people were kind of just going to only vote for like the games that involve St Kilda. Very, very wrong on that one. West Coast by 60 there. And we'll move to round 18 now. Round 18. We've got 7 more rounds to go. Oh, you were doing Eagles non-stop. Guinea highlights was. Who else was? Aussie sporting fan. Eagles aren't winning by 50, mate. Well, if you've been following along, you know how this works. Not once did I say I think that'll actually happen in real life. But you know, we all know that. So you don't need to say that, but fair. So whatever. When's the next break? After every 6 rounds. So after this one. All right, Adelaide Gold Coast is the first game on the screen. Disappointingly, it's 50-50. But again, Adelaide, actually it says on this Brisbane v Essendon is the first game, but we'll have a look at the Adelaide v Gold Coast responses. It's 50-50 as we speak. So do also take part in voting for every game. Don't just pick the ones you want to vote for. We need as many votes as we can get for all the games. We can't just ignore them. I just hopped on, so I have no idea what's going on. Right, well, it's in the title. It says chat predicts the season. So every single game we have the chat vote for every game, every round. And how the votes work. So at the moment it is Adelaide winning, so they'll be getting the vote on Squiggle. But for whatever reason it says Brisbane v Essendon. So we scroll down, there's Brisbane Essendon. Essendon have 64% of the votes. Somehow, what the fuck? That's what I'm talking about. It's just 1 or 2 Essendon fans that are doing all that. So Essendon might get an upset win over Brisbane. Right now, it's a limit to as many responses as you want. So anyone can just vote as many times as they want to try and piss certain people off or get their teams in contention for finals. Sheed from the boundary. How are you going, B edits? Yeah, not bad. Get Melbourne to wildcard round. They're 16th. I'm sorry, Jackson, but I think your chance are almost gone. Well, you'd actually need to start voting against these clubs if you're smart about that. You don't want Port, you don't want Western Bulldogs, you don't want GWS to win games. Because if they keep winning, then the qualification for getting into the wildcard round is going to be more difficult. You need more wins. You're thinking Essendon are going to win the wooden spoon this year. We are so shit. See, the first bit of that message, I was just thinking you were just saying that as a fan of another club, but I'd have more faith in Essendon to not finish in the spoon. I'm not having them finishing that low, don't worry. They won't finish last. They're winning this game, by the way. They're literally going to beat Brisbane in their simulation. Like it makes no difference though, but they still might. So round 18. First game here, Brisbane v Essendon. And unbelievably, Essendon are now going to go 3-14. They've won 3 of their last 4. So Carlton Hawthorn will win. Lots of votes for both clubs here. Collingwood and North Melbourne. North Melbourne. Wow, they're making a real push here. That's exactly probably what you wanted. Because Collingwood were, I guess they're in the same position there, but North Melbourne moved to 9th. Fremantle and Sydney, this was really close, but Sydney get a win, and we'll give them a win by a point. Although, it's not in order, so we'll have to do this game first. So GWS v Geelong. Giants. Melbourne v Richmond. Melbourne. Saints v Port Adelaide. Wow. We might still have a glimmer of hope if we win this game, but that's if we win this game. We've just done it. We've just done it by literally the skin of our teeth. If it kept on dragging on, we would have lost. So the Saints season's kept alive just by literally a thread. Next game is the Bulldogs and West Coast, and holy shit. You guys really want West Coast to do something here. Western Bulldogs, unlucky, but you're done by 53 points. And now we can go and look at the other games that were up ahead of us. So Adelaide Gold Coast was quite close. Adelaide do win that game by 40 points, as you can see right here. And then the last game was Fremantle v Sydney. I might actually give this one a draw because I'm pretty sure it was Sydney that actually was in the lead last time I checked. So how are we going to result this one? This still matters, Fremantle v Sydney, by the way. As you can see right here, it's like 50.5, 49.5. Give it a draw. Does anyone want to draw? It was Sydney before, though. It was Sydney before, so I don't know. Just what do we reckon? What's the most fair way of going about this? Because now it's Fremantle, but we're not going to just do Freo because of a few more extra votes. Draw Freo. It's either Sydney or a draw. Just because it's Freo now, we'll go a draw. It might have been Sydney before, but that's just unlucky, isn't it? Sometimes a bit of controversy happens in games. It's probably not going to make a massive difference, though. To be honest, like Sydney is still going to be finishing top 4, so they'll have a strong chance regardless. It's all about what the fans think, anyways, at the end of the year. So it won't make the biggest difference, anyways. But now that we're done with round 18, we have another little break, and we've got a couple more different forms. So we had biggest trade disappointment. It was Christian Petrarca. We had a headline that we will see in 2026. And that was that Michael Voss to be sacked at some stage throughout the year. Could be halfway through. It could be later on. The biggest disappointment for any side in 2026 was Collingwood. And the biggest surprise package of the year was North Melbourne. And if all things go right, according to this is looking quite accurate because North Melbourne, if they finish 9th or they're around this mark at this stage in the year, they're probably up there with the biggest surprise packet. Now we're going to do another one here. We're just going to do one more. We are just going to do one more. And I just need to find it. So just give me 1 second. For this one, though, as I said earlier, I'd like first and last name, please. So just put the first name and last name for an example if you want. If the answer was Lachie Neale, put Lachie Neale, Lachie, capital letter L, Neale. Port Adelaide got robbed. No, they did not get robbed at all. Port Adelaide, to be honest with you, are quite lucky that they're in that spot that they're in right now. Where are they? They're maybe not lucky to be 11th, but they're a chance. But we're going to make it a limit of 1 per response for this one, obviously. So this one is like surprise All-Australian. A lot of people like to go through who they think might do well ahead of this year. Remember, this can't be a player that has already made it into the All-Australian side. And it's probably a player that is a genuine surprise. So who's a player that hasn't made one, but wouldn't be so much of a shock if they did make it in 2026? Just roll out some names. so we can sort of understand how it's going to work. Like genuine names here. Yeah, we will win a final. You win a final maybe in 2035. You've got 8 years to win a final. Will Dersma. No, he's a surprise All-Australian. Anyone in their first year is a surprise. You can select him if you want, but I'm thinking like, well, everyone's going for some like just joke predictions here. Even Taru was no, Taru would be fair. I actually like that call. I wouldn't have him in my team at all, but yeah, he's a surprise All-Australian for sure. But who wouldn't count? It's a little bit disappointing that no one's taking this very seriously. Do people just have literally no AFL knowledge at all to think of a fucking name? Like, seriously. Trent Rivers. So there's one player. Him at Freo to be I like that one. So there's one. Good name. We just need one we see the most of. So we got Murphy Reid. Actually, you know what? No, we won't show. We'll just wait a little bit because I don't want people to like be John Newcomb. He's a great like shout because he's another player that hasn't. I don't think he's going to be good enough. I don't think he's ever really going to be an All-Australian player. He might have a one-off year, but he's a good name. Who's? It's you putting in Octo AFL, right? Ned Long. Chuck it in. Chuck in Ned Long. Callum Brown for GWS to be All-Australian surprise. Fucking hell. Murphy Reid. Another one with Murphy. I think Murphy Reid's a good player. I think just going through some more of the actual genuine names. Ollie Florent. Trent Rivers, another one. Sam Lawler. Yeah, Code McKercher, I'm a fan of him. Patrick Reshko. Teakle is not. Sorry, but Nick Newman is another name. Nick Watson is also another name. I think with Nick Watson, though, it's going to be very hard for him as a small forward to actually get that position. You don't really give it to small forwards. It's more just like the high half forwards or midfielders. I might have one or two spots. Taru, Windsor, Jordan, Dempsey. So let's see. What do we get the most votes of? We still haven't got a clear outright winner, but I think we're going to give it to Murphy Reid because Murphy Reid got 1, 2, and a third vote there. So Murphy Reid is our surprise All-Australian for 2025. 2026. IMAC with a 30-month member, mate. Fucking thank you very much. Thanks for sticking it around. McKercher, if he stays halfback, he could easily... If he's in a surprise All-Australian, North Melbourne are going to be winning more games. I'll tell you that for a fact. They might actually be. So North Melbourne are getting a bit of love in this stream. Not as much shit on North Melbourne as we normally get. All right, we're going to move straight to round 19 now because I want to just see who we actually get for the finals. I want to get right through it. Get right into it. We've got 100 in chat, so I'm happy that we've got 100 back in the streams. But I'd like to get to a 150. A 150 wouldn't be too bad. So don't go anywhere. Stick around because things will get interesting. Make sure it's unlimited responses. Round 19, set the timer. St Kilda still could do something, but I'm very doubtful. As you can see, the ladder is on the screen right there. But the timer started. Round 19. Pin the link. And the first game is Carlton v Collingwood, so it doesn't really get much bigger in terms of a rivalry. And it's also quite a big game for any Collingwood and Carlton fans that want to see their team have any chance of finals. Saints for storyline and Swan. There are quite a number of storylines. Like St Kilda just could do it still. We need them to win. But the more I say this, the more I feel fucking idiots are going to ruin that. Why are there so many Eagle fans in chat? Well, West Coast have I think the second largest fan base of any club in the AFL. So you're always going to get a number of Eagles fans. Strikers. There is a curse for batting first. Even if you get a score of over 230, you're not safe. Maybe I'll get to watch the end of that game if this stream can finish up by then. If we lose to Carlton, I'm throwing my monitor into the Sydney Harbour. That's illegal dumping if you did that. Yeah, sure. I won't be paying for your fine, mate. But sure, go and do that, Jesse. Go and fly to fucking Sydney to throw your monitor in there just because of a loss. Do you like Carlton or not? No, I don't like Carlton. I don't really like their fans. They're pretty arrogant. But I was actually riding the wave of their momentum in the finals of 2023. I wanted them to win all those games, so I did like them then. But more often than not, I'm not a big fan of Carlton, not when they play us. How can I get mod? You make a TikTok edit of me or any edit, and if it gets 1,000 likes, you can get a mod. The first person to do so. That's literally the only way you're getting a mod now. At this point right now, especially if I don't really know you very well, because you got to be trustworthy with mods. So if I can trust someone to do that, maybe I'll trust them with a mod. A little bit of a challenge. If you can't be fucked, then sorry. Just pop it on back. Did anyone vote for West? Well, we'll find out because there are 500 responses, and I'm sure a few of them will be given to the Eagles. So Carlton beat Collingwood. Should Jesse have to throw his monitor in the Harbour Bridge now that he said that? Throwing into Sydney Harbour. I think you have to do it because it happened. This is as real as it gets, mate. So Carlton by 20. You actually now have to do that. Like, you said it in the chat, so it has to happen. It's locked in. Essendon GWS. Closer than what it should probably be. And Geelong St Kilda. This needs to be... Oh, fuck! Come on, chat! I don't care if it's Geelong and Geelong. The storyline. I don't think we can now. Yes, it's a top 10, but I don't think there's any... Look, I'm really gonna lose all the faith now, I feel. But we only just lost that game anyways. We'll go 13 points. I can't go against what the chat says. Gold Coast v. the Western Bulldogs. Gold Coast by 46 points. I mean, I guess it's good to see the Dogs lose. We don't want the Power. We don't want the Blues. We don't want the Dogs. I don't mind if North win. North v. Melbourne. Well, this will be interesting, actually. Quite a number of votes for both sides. Melbourne get the win. I thought the storyline was for North Melbourne to make finals this year. Melbourne somehow get what would be considered maybe an upset result. B edits with 2 membership messages. I have never seen that before. Welcome, but he's now 3 months. Thank you anyways, but I've never seen that before. YouTube got to fix their shit. All right, next game is Richmond v Hawthorn. We'll go down a bit to find that one. Hawthorn. I think you just got a lot of Hawthorn fans. They just don't want to see their side lose. They're not going to lose against Richmond, that is. Sydney v Adelaide, and it is Sydney. There you go, Octa AFL. Hawthorn are top of the ladder now, mind you. Gold Coast have dropped to 4th. And Port Adelaide v Fremantle. Fremantle just. So they stay in contention for that top 2 spot. And then the last game is West Coast and Brisbane. And we've probably left this run a little bit too late, guys. I don't think West Coast, as much as this is obviously a ludicrous prediction that'll never happen ever in the next 100 years, I don't even know if you guys can still make it in that top 10 spot. I guess there's only one way of finding out, and I guess we'll just see how the next 5 rounds go. But these West Coast fans are really just absolutely demolishing any side that goes past them. West Coast are unstoppable right now. They're absolutely just destroying every single team that they play. Fuck. I was going to say, I wasn't really expecting that against Brisbane. But no, who's backing in Brisbane? We know they're good. They're now 8th in this ladder, though. Holy crap, they've dropped substantially. What a fall off from the Lions. Next game is round 20. The game's for round 20. You influence the mod challenge. You did, because you've asked about the edit, but I actually think it's kind of a decent idea. Get more people to make content on me to try and get a mod. But is that worthy of a prize? What would people rather than the mod? You see those like videos, oh, if you get 1 million likes, I'll stream with you, but it's going to be kind of tough to stream with a random, like a nobody, someone that I wouldn't know how to contact. All right, next up, round 20, link in chat. Eagles going to win the flag. I mean, they've got to make it to the top 10 first. They've started well though. Their last 3 games, they have absolutely destroyed their entire competition. We're moved to round 20 now. So if you just joined us, do not leave, because this could be the biggest rise from fall you'll ever see in an AFL season. West Coast were like 0-7, 1-11. They were like down the bottom of the barrels of the ladder. Maybe they were 16th, because I think Essendon and Richmond were both dead last. But now they've made a huge rise and they're winning games by 80 plus points. Doesn't necessarily mean that it'll all change, because if the Saints play the Eagles, which I don't think we play them again, but are there any other clubs that could rival the Eagles at the moment? They have just completely fucking... They're on performance-enhancing drugs. If this was real life, they would need to be tested, right? You would have thought. Wear both of the jerseys the Saints and Melbourne game and change jerseys to see which teams... I don't have a Melbourne Guernsey. I only have 6 or 7. Genuinely, I don't know if it's 6 or if it's 7 Guernseys of AFL teams at the moment. Freo was shit as well. Adelaide, Collingwood. I'll scroll it down actually, so you can see the game that's on screen. So Brisbane, Port Adelaide. You get the real-time view of that. Few Swans fans in here. What AFL team do we have most supporters of in the stream? Is it West Coast just because of all the accounts that have been voting them, or is it another club? I think it's pretty even. I know we have no Gold Coast fans, and I don't think we have any Brisbane supporters, because look at this game. Brisbane are going to get another loss, which is not good for sides like St Kilda that I think are already done, to be honest with you, or even West Coast for that 10th position. Fuck the Swans. You're a Lions fan? We do have Lions fans. Okay. There are Suns fans. There's a... Yep. Jazz Suns fan. I don't know about you, but maybe the draft season for West Coast paid off. Clearly, something's just completely taken off after round 10, because it looked like the same old for the Eagles early on. Rightio. All right, that's the timer done, so we'll go through the games. First game, Brisbane v Port Adelaide, and how close is that? Brisbane somehow, the Brisbane fans have all stood as one and have rallied together to win by 2 points. That was incredible. How the hell have they done that? I looked away once and they suddenly win against all odds. Carlton v Gold Coast. Oh, we've got a lot of Carlton fans, clearly. It's actually, this is not what Gold Coast would want. When they play a strong fan base, they're just going to get, their side fucked. All right, next game, we have the Battle of the Bridge. We've got to scroll down to find this one. It's very, very, very close, but it is Sydney just in a thriller. So Sydney are now first. Good win to get there, to just stay in touch with the minor premiership. Next up's Hawthorn Essendon. And Hawthorn just have enough fans to ensure that they don't screw themselves around here. North and St Kilda, this could be really interesting. And season's over for St Kilda. Season is absolutely shot now. There's no way of us even competing for top 12. We lose by 30 points against North Melbourne. If this was real, I'd actually stop going to games. I might not even just bother. I would just fucking just give up, seriously, if that was actually accurate. The whole football club would flip on its head. Ross Lyon would probably be sacked. Naz might request he might just breach the contract first year in. What's the next game? Melbourne Geelong. Wow. Some of these Melbourne fans, they're coming out of hibernation, but I think it's a little bit too late. It obviously is making this ladder look really, really different. But I think it might just be a bit late. And the next game is Bulldogs-Richmond. And it is, wow. Okay, a lot of Richmond fans. Either that or people just want to see Richmond as well. All right, 64 points. That's not going to change the 8, though. But it's good for sides like West Coast and even Melbourne, actually. Melbourne could still make the 8. Or we need to call it the 10. But 9 wins is the absolute minimum. I think still like 11 wins at the very least. And Adelaide-Collingwood, I forgot about that game. That was the first one. And I don't think this is going to be a good sign for the Crows. It's not going to help the Crows. The Pies get a good win. And now they move to 11th. So St Kilda have dropped to 16. Hey, at least we're not going to finish in the bottom 2. I'll take that. I mean, you got to take something. You got to take a top 3 draft pick. I mean, we'll get a top 3 draft pick, but because of all the crap, father-son picks and academy selections, we probably end up getting a top 9 pick. Next up, we have round 21. So 4 more rounds to go. Again, if you just joined us, ensure that you are, well, obviously subscribed, but like the stream and also contributing to these rounds, because this is where it gets interesting. Can we see West Coast make the 8? Can we see Melbourne make the 8? Can we see Brisbane drop out of the 8? I don't think they will, but you never know. I don't think they will drop out the 8, though. I think that last win probably secures it. You forgot Eagles Freo. I forgot Eagles Freo. Ah, shit. Shit. Thank you for the chat for reminding me. All right, wait. It's all good. We have the responses. I'm sure it's a West Coast win. It is a West Coast win. Not by as much, though. All right. I'm sorry. There's still a chance. Okay. Next round, round 21. Jeez, a lot of people were going, did they cancel that game? Maybe it was a cancellation. A player died before the game, they had to cancel it off. Don't worry, it's locked in. West Coast won. What a surprise. I think they've won the last 4 games. People are starting at maybe 5. People have come to the realization that we want West Coast to start climbing up the ladder. North Melbourne are 9th. I will say this, though. I think the top 8 is quite realistic. And I don't think that's going to change. Let's be honest. Freo, West Coast will win. Coach Lenny, what's going on? Is that a new... It's a new profile picture. Well, that's not a new profile. I think that's a new username. You're probably thinking I'm not Lenny because I don't have the mod sign next to me, but I lost my old YouTube account. That's why you made a new account. That's fucking annoying, isn't it? No, I'll give you a mod because, let's be honest with you, that's going to be as believable as it gets. If you somehow made a fake Lenny account, whoever did that, fair play. Not really, though. Why would you make a fake account of a kid? Vote Gold Coast and Eagles. We need to somehow make it. Gold Coast, they're fine. As long as we're talking about making the finals, they're fine. You should have mod, by the way. If you don't have a mod, I'll do it again. Well, there's one good way of testing whether it's you or not. What would be one thing that only you would know, or only you would know that I would know? Probably like a little inside Wattle Park joke that a fake account's not going to understand. That'll like be the ultimate tester. All right, time is done. Round 21. And Brisbane will win against the Blues. So I think the Blues could still, it's definitely still a chance, but it's probably good for West Coast that they didn't win that. All right, next game's Collingwood v Geelong. And wow, all right. So Collingwood, thought they were supposed to be the biggest disappointments for this season. They are starting to make a big push. Essendon play Adelaide, and Essendon get a... I don't know how they got that win, to be honest. Why are we voting Essendon? They've got nowhere to go. They're stuck there. It's just a waste of a prediction. That's just not fair for Adelaide. I think Adelaide have been absolutely screwed over. Gold Coast and Melbourne. Could be a Melbourne win here. It is a Melbourne win. It's just so different to how the predictions were earlier in this stream. Hawthorn and North Melbourne. Hawthorn, they're going to finish first here. because they already got the early wins, but so many Hawthorn supporters clearly are still voting for them. Why else would you want them to win? I think they're not as likable as they used to be. They're really fucking frustrating, that club. Next game, sorry, Richmond West Coast. West Coast. I was going to say an irrelevant game. It's not irrelevant because West Coast can still make a push for finals. They're 1 win away, and their percentage is starting to sort of improve. It's gradually increasing. St Kilda and what the fuck, chat? What in the absolute fuck? You all have just given up. You've just completely given up. I never told you to absolutely give up. I just said, look, if we're not making finals, that's disappointing. But still vote for us. Fucking hell, we're going to lose this game by 80 points. Last game is Port v GWS, but that's irrelevant. Actually, maybe not for the Giants. The Giants are just suddenly spiking into the top 4 just like that. And then Freo v Western Bulldogs. No one really cares about this game, looks like it. Fremantle. What a round. Round 21. Needed that percentage. That is actually quite an important game for percentage because look at that. Your difference between the Swans, only a couple of percentage considering the 2 draws. You've got 3 more rounds here. Now, minor premiership isn't going to mean a whole lot in this, but wait, what did Lenny say? I think he said a message. I didn't actually read that. Probably how the Animals lost. Yeah, that's fine. No, I don't think you're a fake account. Don't worry. If I even had any inkling that you were, I wouldn't have given you the mod so quickly. Agreed. Vote Brisbane. Well, Hawthorn Brisbane. I think Hawthorn are going to win, based off the last 3 or 4 games, based off the whole season. They've been glazed the hell out of, and somehow we beat them. The Saints ended up beating the Hawks earlier in this simulation, so I don't know how that works. What are we at? Round 22. All right, let's get to round 22 now. We've got only 3 more rounds to go, so we're getting into literally the last few. Starting to get really intense. This is where the storylines are really going to get made. Start the timer. North Melbourne are 10th. Yeah, people kind of forget about North Melbourne. They're sort of like silently making their way up the ladder without anyone really talking about them too much. But no one really cares enough for them as much as I probably would have expected for them to be in 10th. It is kind of like just a spot for that top 10, but the 9th and 10th spots, I feel like 8th spot can't be taken. Or I should say Adelaide, I don't think they're going to drop out of that 8th spot. And I don't think they're going to drop out, certainly out of that 10th spot. West Coast, if they play Adelaide again, they need to get lots of percentage. It's all about percentage here, I feel, as well. I swear this is a fake Lenny because of your proof the day before the ban. No, don't worry. I just said before, I think you're fine. I mean, if you wanted to message me on Instagram, that'll prove it even more, but that's fine. I don't care. It's all good. Don't worry. North Melbourne 10th. Vote Geelong. Geelong are still safe, though, but their percentage is pretty crap. Look at that. It's not something you see very often from the Cats at all. When was the last time they had the percentage under 100? Taking these headphones off. I'm not even really listening to anything. No one's barely been banned from YouTube. Who is someone you watch that is under 16 in Australia, though, in the first place? Like, who do we... Are you talking just accounts in general or actual channels? Content creators. Social media ban sucks around. Well, Lenny's still commenting, thankfully. So... There'd be a number of the viewers watching this stream that can't comment because they probably literally haven't got the opportunity to comment. They can't sign in. Brisbane Hawthorn. 21 seconds. Coast Club. I would almost not call him a creator anymore. He sort of just threw it in the towel in the last 6 months before the ban anyway, to be honest. Hawks are being so glazed. I agree. But I can tell you it's kind of close between this game, the next game, Brisbane Hawthorn. Oh, never mind. You can see it on the screen. Yeah, well, that's why I said they were glazed. I thought the this game, the Adelaide Richmond, was actually the one that you guys could see. But anyways, yeah. Hawthorn are probably going to finish first. Unless Hawthorn plays Sydney again. I don't know if they do, but it's probably not going to make any difference anyway. So Hawthorn win that. Again, that's another win. Cats, Essendon. This could go either way, honestly. Essendon win by like 1 point. Wow. I don't really see that one coming. Giants v Gold Coast. The Suns get the win in the Expansion Cup. Essendon could honestly overtake the Saints here. I wouldn't be surprised. Richmond, I think, are guaranteed last year, which is a bit, I don't know, a bit rare as well. I thought people had some respect for the Tigers. Clearly not. Fremantle in a close game get an important win to actually, I'd say to give themselves a chance. Probably not even for first. They're probably locked in to finish third. All right, this game, St Kilda v Carlton. Please do not go Carlton. I just know that they will, but please don't go Carlton. If you want Carlton to win, that means West Coast have less of a chance. Yes! The Saints! The Blues can get stuffed. The Saints kept their 7th win, and the Blues, after thinking they were finding a push into the top 10, lose to the 16th place Saints. That must be really embarrassing. That's really, really good for West Coast fans. Maybe West Coast fans saw that and were like, let's go against the Blues, which means the Bulldogs might be in some trouble. They might be in some real trouble. Sydney v Port Adelaide. It's the Swans that get the win. Again, they're really loved by the fans, but they need another win. Actually, no, they have the draw, so the percentage is only a couple of points. It's really, really close. 0.2%. Next game's West Coast and Collingwood. And what do we expect? Well, actually, wait. The next game's Western Bulldogs v North. So we'll just quickly do that game. And it's North Melbourne that get the win. And Adelaide v Richmond. We do know West Coast win the last game, though. So no stress. Don't stress if you are a West Coast supporter or you want the West Coast rise to occur, because it will. Adelaide get the win. Richmond are going to be dead last. And it'll be West Coast Collingwood to finish things off. And with 416 responses, not even the power of the Collingwood Army can do enough. West Coast at Optus win by 28 points, and they jump up to 12th. You definitely needed to play a side around that mark, because playing Collingwood means that they're not getting that win and you're climbing one more spot ahead of them. Plus, that percentage is looking okay now. It could be almost at 100 in the next game. Round 23. 931 responses we got there. People have absolutely just smashed the votes out. 2 more rounds, mate. Round 23. It's good that we sort of don't know who's playing who. Brisbane v Gold Coast is going to be an interesting game. These two sides were first and second, but people have realised that they can vote against them. So, yeah, they're deserving of being up there, but they're not going to be in the top 4. Or not, both of them. Both of them won't be in the top 4. All right, round 23. Let's do this. Remember, if you haven't subscribed, I wouldn't mind a subscriber or two, an extra couple more. Accidentally pinned the wrong comment there. Freo fan vote against Eagles and non-Eagles fans. Look at that. No one gives a sh... Okay, finally someone votes for that game. I don't know who any of these teams are playing. I've got no idea if West Coast are up against... West Coast playing Fremantle. They're saying vote against Eagles. Well, this could be the thing, right? People might think, oh, everyone's just going West Coast and get votes and votes and votes. But people could decide to gang up against the Eagles. Especially if the Carlton fans care enough, or Collingwood fans. I think North Melbourne might be safe, though. I think they're honestly just about locked in to finish in the top 10. So good on North Melbourne. Is the first Q clash in round 18? No, it's later. It's a bit later. I'm almost certain it's a bit later than round 8. So the only game we have on the screen is obviously Brisbane v Gold Coast, and it looks like it is Brisbane. It could shape up that top 4. For Brisbane need to win this for the top 4 spots, and obviously top 4 is very important. So this is an important game. They're all pretty important. We have to take down the West Coast for Carlton to make the 10th spot. Well, obviously you can't have more than one of West Coast, Carlton, and Collingwood in this position. So it is going to be a big battle between West Coast, and they're the 3 most heavily supported clubs in the AFL as well. So who do you guys want to see finish in that 10th spot? I'm almost certain North are locked in, but maybe not. We don't know who they're playing. They could lose by a lot. That could actually screw things up a lot. Melbourne get finals. I'll give Carmen $100. Well, even if you guys could have made finals, I know you're not going to do that. It's a waste of money if you did that anyways. 15 seconds. Hope Dogs rise a bit. The Dogs are probably another slight sniff with that draw. But no one's giving the love to the Dogs, I don't reckon. If they have the Tigers, maybe, because the Tigers are just getting nothing. And maybe the Saints, because no one's giving the Saints anything either. So this is going to be interesting. Final, second last round, the penultimate round. Brisbane v Gold Coast, and it looks like Brisbane are going to get the 24-point win. So they move to 5th. It's going to be, yeah, it's still a chance for top 4. Next game is Essendon and Sydney. And wow. So I feel like Essendon were getting some love, but then at other times people were just like, I don't really care. So Sydney get a 50-point win, which means that they are now going to be first. And that percentage is looking really good. Hawthorn need to get a big win here. Sydney fans are going to love that. Freo played Adelaide, and it's a very, very close. But Adelaide... Fucking hell. Why does it show the wrong game? Adelaide will win the game by 2 points. I'm going to make sure Adelaide win that game. Remind me when we get to that game. Adelaide win that by 2. But Giants v West Coast is this game. And it's West Coast. A lot of votes for the Giants there, but West Coast just have more. They get 20-point win. And look at that. They are now in 10th position. The unbelievable rise is genuinely maybe going to happen. It is honestly possible for the Eagles. Try not to spam in the chat, guys. No need to do so. It's all good. All right, Hawthorn, Collingwood. Hawthorn are going to win, which is really bad for the Pies because that puts them a little bit of extra percentage out, and it also puts them half a game outside of West Coast here, which means they're almost not going to make it if West Coast win the next game. It also comes down to North Melbourne as well. So we need to see that result. North and Geelong, North Melbourne win. So North have locked themselves a spot in the top 10. They could almost overtake Geelong here, which would be remarkable, honestly. Richmond take on the Saints. I don't think it matters, but I'd like a win. And fuck off, chat. Seriously? They haven't won a game in like 15 rounds, the Tigers. How could you be seriously voting against the Saints in that one? This has been a joke since honestly since the start, but it's just become more and more of a joke. The Bulldogs and the Carlton. This game is also important. If the Bulldogs win, there's still a chance. If Carlton win, they're a real chance. And it's really close, and it's the Bulldogs. So I think that might actually be Carlton done. It's between Collingwood and West Coast for that final spot, I reckon. Last game is Port Adelaide v Melbourne, and Melbourne will win. So Melbourne get a couple of late wins, overtake the Power. Power dropped at 15th. They were literally second, 5-0, and they've dropped to 15th. And I did say Adelaide win that game by 2 points. Remind me of that. And they do win that game by 2 points. So it all comes down to the final round. Collingwood, Brisbane kick things off, in the first game. Collingwood need to win this game. They have to win this game to stay alive. Otherwise, I think, actually, if West Coast lose, Carlton and the Bulldogs could still do something. And the D's would have to win by like 100 points. So I think the D's are done. I think the D's are really done. Yeah, last round. 125 in chat. Can we get 150 in? That'd be pretty decent, given where the channel's currently at the moment. Hawks v Pies will be the Friday game in round 23. Who cares if we're making predictions for who will play in that Friday game? It's not relevant to this at the moment, but they might. They probably will. Or they might play the Thursday game, given that there'll be Thursday games every week again this year as well. Copy the link in. We're going to give you guys, again, 2.5 minutes for the timer. We're not going to make it any longer, but we are going to now chuck it in the chat. So you guys are now in the power position to make a say on this ladder, the final say for the ladder, that is, at least. Obviously, the finals will happen afterwards. But yeah, and I think I've said this here. I did say it earlier, but whoever ends up being predicted as the flag winners, I have to put $50 on as a bet. So as good as West Coast doing this shit is, I'd rather you not have them win the flag, to be honest. I would rather a Sydney or a Hawthorn. Or a Brisbane. Be a Brisbane. I should make my money back if it's Brisbane. By make my money back, make it back and win more. I'm voting against my Hawks. Go Eagles. Do Hawthorn play West Coast? There we go. Hawthorn must be playing West Coast then. I'm not sure the fixture. So it's all a guess. You can put the fixture in the chat if someone wants to. That'd be interesting. Vote Hawthorn. Eagles. Make Freo win the flag for free cash. Anyone... I think there may be 8 sides that could win it. So any of those 8 sides I'll be happy with. Anyone that is in those 8 sides would be kind of throwing money in the bin. It's also a race for the top 4. Look at the Adelaide, Brisbane, and Gold Coast positions, but it all depends on how Collingwood and Brisbane go. And it's very, very, very close. What in the world? Look at that. So close. Collingwood need a win to stay alive. Brisbane need a win for the top 4. It's 50-50. Could it be a draw? If it's a 50-50 split at the 0-second mark in the timer, then it will be a draw. And it means... It doesn't mean West Coast lock in 10th spot, though. Collingwood are in front by 0.5%, 17 seconds. The votes are 114 or 110. It really couldn't get any closer than this, but it looks like Collingwood are just edging it out a little bit. 122 to 118 in the votes. I think the Pies actually might get it done. They are just going to get it done. By the skin of their teeth. We're going to give them the win by 3 points. And at the moment, they're now 10th. So West Coast have to win. West Coast have to win. And with that win there by the Pies, it makes it really tough for Carlton and the Bulldogs. I don't know. I don't really think there's any chance at all. But the next game is Carlton v Freo. And yeah, no one never gives a crap. They knew the Blues were done. So they've gone the Dockers. And the Dockers will obviously lock in third. That's an irrelevant game. Next game is Essendon and Port Adelaide. And it will be Port Adelaide. Bit of an irrelevant game, though. 10-point difference. Geelong and Richmond. If Geelong lose this game, they might go out of the top 8. It won't make much of a difference. If they win this game, they can't finish top 6, though. So Geelong have kind of been screwed around here. And with 77.3% of the votes, it's the Cats. They get the win. And they will get an easy win. A bit of a percentage booster, but it won't really do much for them. The Giants switch place with the Cats. Next up, we got Melbourne and the Bulldogs. Melbourne 15th with 9-13 record. The Dogs are 12th with a 9-12-1 record. Sort of doesn't mean much this game, but we'll see who gets the votes. And it is the Ds. So the Ds, if this was in real life, they'd be very happy with this record. 10-13, finishing 12th, losing all those players and everyone writing them off. They take 10 wins for sure. All right, we don't need to spam West Coast in the chat though. Okay, I want to be able to read all the other messages as well. Next game is St Kilda v Gold Coast, and it won't matter. Unfortunately, it won't matter. Yep. I mean, if the season's done, it probably won't change the way we play, would it? And the Suns do need a win here for the top 4 chances, which they win, and it means that the Lions can't make top 4. The Suns have locked in top 4, unless Adelaide somehow win the next game by probably a landslide, but it won't happen, will it? So that's Adelaide's chance of the top 4 done. Next game is Sydney v North Melbourne, and it's Sydney that win. But it doesn't matter too much for the Roos. It just means that the Swans most likely will finish first. Adelaide v GWS. I think this is the second last game of the whole season. Where is Adelaide v GWS? Have I scrolled down to? It's the top one. It is the top one. I may have revealed the last game potentially, but Adelaide will give him an really easy and 60 points. They move to 5th. Now, I don't know if you saw what the votes look like for that last game. We're going to have a look now. And Hawthorn have beaten West Coast. West Coast have been pipped in the final game. Does that mean that they're done? Hawthorn have done it. They win by 26 points. And they're now first, just like that, by a percentage of 0.3. West Coast did so much. Collingwood have done it. Collingwood are 10th. I was fully predicting, because some of the subscribers were saying that they're going Hawthorn. They went for Hawthorn. They supported Hawthorn, and they were going for West Coast. How the fuck have Hawthorn actually done that? Who was spamming for West Coast? Actually, no. I want to know who was spamming for Hawthorn. 492 predictions for Hawthorn there. Well, there you go. That's what a way to finish. Another thrilling finish. West Coast 11th. We'll go through the whole ladder, shall we? How accurate will this be? The top 8 is still accurate, in my opinion. I think I'd change the teams around a little bit, but the top 8 is still pretty solid. Hawthorn will finish first, Sydney second, and I like how you can see the updated system on Squiggle. So there's that. Well, let's change this so you guys can actually see what the finals predictions look like. Right there. So that's what the finals look like. Geelong will play Collingwood week 1 in a wildcard round. GWS play North Melbourne in a wildcard round. How shit is that? Holy crap. Hawthorn Gold Coast, first qualifying final. Adelaide, not sure they're going to be playing. Andy says time for North to win the flag. Well, who do we want to win the flag from this point onwards now? Obviously, West Coast, you can't be voting for them. Melbourne are done. Carlton, the Bulldogs, Port Adelaide. But I think Hawthorn are going to be the side to beat because they're just getting votes for fun. Hawthorn, Sydney have been getting a lot to love. They're playing Freo. Brisbane will be playing whoever wins out of the GWS Giants and North Melbourne. But before we move into the finals and all that crap, I want to just do a couple more of these predictions heading into the new year, or the new season. And the first one will be, these are going to be all the medalists. So you're probably expecting, oh yeah, when will we get through the medalists? Because I did all the other predictions. So this one is just going to be like we did before. Put the name of the player that you think will win the Brownlow in 2026. If you can see the screen, you can see it right here. 2026 Brownlow. We're not going to really do a timer. Well, we'll do a timer of like 1.5 minutes. We'll do each prediction medalists, and then we'll go to the finals. Updating the Big Bash strikers, 4 out for 161. Well, they're gonna make things tough for them now. 72 of 27. I'm not quite sure that they're gonna do it. Lots of people think Jack Gunson. He's not gonna have another year like last year though. Can you make the finals only one response only? Yeah, I'll do a poll for that. If we do it only one response only, it makes more sense, wouldn't it? And it feels like it's it would make more sense. By the way, I need to change it so the responses are not one per person here. Or they are, sorry, one per person here, because I fucked it. I might actually have to redo this. I'm going to have to redo this one. Because I can't have 50 people voting for the same player. That's not going to work. I'll just delete responses. Seriously, Jack Gunston got 16 votes. Deleting the responses. Start again. 1 pick per person. One per response in finals. What do we reckon? Is it more fair if we just do it 1 per response? I think it is. Let's look at some of these responses for the Brownlow. See how likely out of 10 I have in this happening. Nick Dacos, Errol Goulden, Sam. He'll never be a player that's going to get back to the form that he was in 2021 Brownlow caliber form. So I'm not going to say Sam Walsh. Another Sam Walsh. Murphy Reed. Who is Matt W? Murphy Reed again. Nut Danger, Gunston, Cozzy. Do we want to actually go through any serious ones? Jordan Dawson was okay. Heaney. I'm really making a bit of a risky move by doing this. I could be anything could pop up on the screen here. Thanks. Oh, see what I mean? Fuck's sakes. Whoever that was is most likely white, so you've got... Alright, that's okay. Could have been worse. Let's go summary. So, at the moment, it's... Okay, Jack Gunston, fuck Jack Gunston. I think Bontempelli, to be completely honest with you, because 2 people went the Bont, some other person would have gone Marcus Bontempelli, right? 3 went Heaney. 3 went Nick Dacos. I want one answer though. Only 1 person went Bailey Smith. It's out of John Newcomb, honestly, Marcus Bontempelli, Isaac Heaney, or Nick Dacos. The next vote we get, I'm going to select as my Brownlow pick. Maybe I'll place a bet on it or some crap. I don't know. Bont won't end his career without a Brownlow. This is the only year he can get it. He's got... No, it's not the only year he can get it. But the timeline is starting to fade away. So maybe 2 more years and that could be it. I would love to see... Obviously, we probably everyone would want to see the Bont win it at one stage. He's probably one of the best players, if not the best player to win one. Or to play without winning one. Only 1 person went for Naz. So I'm just waiting for a 4th vote here. Or what we could do instead, which is probably a better idea actually. Why didn't I think of this earlier? I'll just do a poll. And you guys can pick out of those 4 responses that got the 3 votes. So John Newcomb, which I feel like is clutching straws that he's even in the top 4. Marcus Bontempelli, Nick Dacos, and the other one was Isaac Heaney. Isaac Heaney, who Nick Dacos. All right, and that'll be easy. You guys just literally click on one button, YouTube. Whilst we find out who we reckon will win the Brownlow for 2026, we can get through to the next one, which was the Rising Star. So we got obviously the Rising Star. We got the Coleman Medal as well. Rising Star. I feel like a lot more of these votes are going to be kind of random, but maybe not. Or it'll just be everyone picking Willem Dersma. I also hope not. But they need to be eligible players, so it can't be Jack Gunston, because people will probably do that. G'day, Huntsman. What's up, mate? All right, so I'll put that in here. What's it looking like? Can it be the Bont? Will the Bont actually get a win and be awarded the early Brownlow medalist? I'm calling it early, the Bont. I'm not sure what his odds are on Sportsbet, but he's not injured yet, so he's going to have a good crack at it. And if he wasn't, I say this now, if he wasn't injured earlier in last year, I think he may have been a real chance, if not the winner. But then again, they did give votes to Rao for doing nothing, so I don't know. All right, Rising Star. And then afterwards, obviously, we'll go to the finals. So I don't want people to leave before we get to the finals. That needs to be sort of when most of the action's going on. Yeah, Bont. The Bont, congratulations. The Bont with the most votes. The Bont is our predicted Brownlow medalist for 2026. Now is going to be the Rising Star. We'll put that there for another minute. I'm not going to spend that much longer, and then we'll move straight to... Have I fucked it again by making it... Oh my God, I keep forgetting to limit to one per response, always. I'll have to delete them again. Oh my God. Oh, delete them again, it's all right. What's this? What's this account with all those comments? Can I go through some of them? LeBron James, Adams, Mitchell Marsh, Charlie Kirk, Darcy. He's not eligible. Max King, the Swan. Yeah, obviously the Swans player. How can Trump be the one with the most votes? It'll be Willem Dersma, I reckon. Unlucky, mate. Seth Campbell, though, okay. Sid Draper, Gallup. Campbell's not eligible, though. Should we just give it a fucking Willem Dersma and move on? By the way, none of this has ever been funny. I don't understand why people think any of this has ever been funny. Oiled up. It doesn't really make sense, to be honest. No one does that shit. Hunter Holmes. Jack Dalton. Lean... All right, we'll do another poll. Jay, if you think it's going to be Jagger Smith, vote Jagger Smith. Only one vote for Jagger Smith. Give it to Zeke. You say give it... All right, Jack Dalton is our Rising Star winner for 2025. He's got the 3 votes. And at this rate, I kind of just want to move on to the Coleman for one more. Jack Dalton, pick 34 for the Hawks. I'm not sure. Actually, I do know why. It's because he's a Hawthorn player. Who the heck is that? He was drafted for the Hawks. I can't refresh my memory there. He's a 34 pick for Hawthorn. Good luck, honestly, if you want to back him in. I don't think it's going to really pay off. But you know what? He's a community Rising Star pick. Now, we're going to do the last one quickly, the Coleman medal. Vote Gunston for Coleman. I know he... Yeah, look, he's probably going to just be picked because we don't have as many people as I think this stream would have been better off having. If we had like 200 plus in chat, then I don't think Gunston would get the pick. But because we've got like half of that, it means there's more of a chance because of these people wanting to get Gunston. So fuck off, Gunston. Don't pick Gunston. Please do not pick Gunston. If you want this to actually make sense, pick anyone else. You can go Kerno. I'd rather you go Kerno. But I also don't think Kerno will win it either. I don't think he's actually going to... He'll definitely thrive in the new colours, but he won't be... He's not going to get enough for the Coleman. He's not getting enough for the Coleman, in my opinion. Maybe it's because he's already won 2 Coleman, so I don't think he's going to win a third. I don't think Kerno's a player that's worthy of having a third Coleman medal under his name. Especially with how average he has been in the last couple of seasons. All right, well, the responses are in, and I've set it to 1 per response now. Who is... Nick Watson is not the whiz. It's fucking Kappa, 3-year-old. Yeah, everyone calls Nick Watson the whiz now, though, mate. You know that. Vote Voss. He's only 40 who can bench 300. He can't bench 300 kilos, mate. Pat, you can vote Pat Voss if you want. What do we got here? Of course, it's... Yeah, don't let Jack Gunston win. I like the bloke, but He's only winning because of like 4 people. This is why. What are the other votes looking like? Kerno. Well, it kind of makes more sense if you just put in at the name and just the name. Don't know who AJP. Who is AJP? Adolf Hitler. Probably not him. Aiden Schubert, Ashton Moyer, Myercheck, Kerno. Well, I think I've seen Kerno like a few times, but ultimately it looks like it is going to be Gunston. Why are people voting for Octa AFL? Few votes for Thilthorpe, actually. I tell you what. I like the Neil pick. I don't think he's myself. Yeah, whoever submitted myself will pick you, right? It's Gunston though. It's Gunston. It is Gunston. All right, let's just scrap that. That kind of didn't work the way I envisioned it. So let's just go straight to the final series. We've got to obviously make some new forms for this. So it's wildcard week, which means this is going to take slightly longer because there are 5 rounds of finals. Boo. Look, Thilthorpe would have actually had the most votes if it wasn't for all the Gunston crap. Him or Charlie Kerno. I didn't see like any Jeremy Cameron. I don't think. Like, what was going on with that? I thought you'd at least see a few of him. He's always going to be in contention, even if people want to forget his name. So Geelong Collingwood. Oh yeah, I never actually made the vote. Is it yes or no for finals to be limit to 1 per response? I just realized, by the way, this has gone on for almost 4 hours, this stream. I didn't think this is going to... All right. Jeez. Fuck, I didn't think this is going to be that long of a stream. Doesn't even feel like it's been 3.5 hours either. It feels like it's been like 2 hours. It's longer than a game of footy. Arguably longer than a game of Big Bash. Yeah, let me know. Whatever you guys want. Since chat's making all these, decisions, they may as well make the decision of like, should it be limited to 1 per response? And I'm glad you guys have voted yes, because I don't think it's fair if we have it any other way. All right. So the first game, Geelong Collingwood. Second game, GWS v North Melbourne. Since it's 1 per response, I could see North making a bit of a push, but I'm not gonna influence anyone. We'll go wildcard game 1 and then game 2. Makes more sense. Yeah, all right. There we go. Makes more sense there. We'll get rid of these graphics. I actually forgot to make graphics for the finals. It's okay. All right. We'll give you guys... Well, really, we don't need to give you guys much time, but I'm going to give you guys 1:30. Publish, copy, and let's see what happens. Biased Hawks fans. I don't want to see what the other game votes are like. I'm fine with the first one. Oh, I keep forgetting. Okay, all right, we've got to restart. I keep forgetting to limit it to 1 per response. Jesus Christ. I keep thinking that's the default. I'm sorry. We're going to start again. I'm going to restart that timer just to maybe go back to 1:30. We'll go here. For God's sakes, man. I've done that like 7 times. All right. Gee, so Geelong have 8 responses out of 8 here. I thought finals games were meant to be close. Should we play some AFL theme songs? Well, currently the Cats theme song should be played because they're currently winning. Well, we'll change it if Collingwood can somehow get on top here, but considering this is 1 per response, it won't be that at all. It's just going to stay at Geelong, and it doesn't matter the margin either. It's a fine song, guys. Seriously. Yeah, we talked about the Catman situation earlier. I did see that it wasn't just his shed, it was kind of everything. Everyone in the chat's overreacting. It's just a theme song. You guys hear it anyways if you go to the footy. If you ever go to a Cats game, you're going to hear it anyways. But they're justifiably allowed to have this song played because they're going to win. And Collingwood are knocked out, and very easily knocked out as well. Jeez, Collingwood fans clearly didn't do fucking enough. But North v GWS is the next game, and we don't know what the result is for that. All right, Geelong won. Geelong win. They're through to a Elim against the Lions at the Gabba. But between the Giants and North Melbourne, who gets up, who moves into a clash against Adelaide? And it is the Kangaroos. So North Melbourne win, and they win quite convincingly as well. Look at that. 33 votes to 14. That'd be played in Sydney as well. If they somehow do this in real life. Are we all happy about that now? I say that because I don't think anyone hates North Melbourne that much. See how I played that song and no one gives a crap, but I played the Geelong song, yet they have 72%. They actually have more votes than North. Huge, huge overreaction. All right, well, let's move on to the next round, and that is obviously the first week of finals, but is it now going to be called first week of finals? What's this round going to be called now? It can't really be called week 1. It's week 2. It's a bit crap. It's very crap. First game, obviously, Hawthorn and Gold Coast. Let's get to 150 likes. We are literally 1 like away. And I also want to wager, in fact, it's true, the Cat song is better than North Melbourne songs. Than the North Melbourne song. The lyrics are better. I think the North Melbourne song is pretty average. You guys are still complaining over the Cat song. Hawthorn, Gold Coast. No, it's not. It is. I don't like either of the songs that much, but it's Cat song. I made my rankings and I had it above North Melbourne's. I had them one of the last. Qualifying final 2. Sydney and Freo. That'll be a... Well, let's just pretend that this is actually the finals week 1, or week 2. This is the week it's happening. Hawthorn v Gold Coast at the G. It'll probably still be quite a big crowd, actually, when you think about it, because it's a final. Doesn't matter if it's Gold Coast. Adelaide will play North Melbourne. Jeez. Good luck here if you're North Melbourne. Good luck if you're Adelaide, actually, because maybe everyone wants the Roos to win this. That'll be the one I'm most interested in seeing who actually gets up. And then the last game is Brisbane-Geelong. We've seen so many Brisbane-Geelong games that I kind of don't care. But it's a grand final rematch, so that also is going to be an important game. All right, I'll copy this across. Go the Crows. You're playing everyone's favourite team, it looks like in the chat, North Melbourne. They look to be the side that everyone's going to want to... Maybe not everyone. I don't know. All right, make sure I set this off. And I've copied the link. Whatever side is currently in the lead is what theme song I'll play. Holy crap. Gold Coast have raced out the blocks early. 60-40. Where's all the Hawthorn love gone? I mean, maybe because there are less games to vote for, but no, I don't reckon. I don't reckon it should matter. This is going to be a really close game. In the first qualifying final, why are there so many fucking responses? Oh my god. I did that again. We'll cut the music. Cut the music. We have to restart again. We just have to restart again. We set the rules early on that we can't have it multiple responses. I've fucking, again, it is set as limit to 1, and I keep changing it, thinking that I'm changing it to set it to what I want. It's just, I'm making the exact same mistake. I've made the same mistake, like, I reckon 5 times. I'm sorry, I've literally got to restart this. Okay, it's more fair now. I'm an idiot. Honestly, I'm an idiot. All right. Is it? Yes. All right. We're good. All right. We'll start it again. Fuck. All right. We'll go 130. We'll go 130. And it's still Gold Coast. It is still Gold Coast. Honestly, where are the L's? I deserve L's for that, honestly. Hawthorn of the family, V-Love. If you're not Hawks fan, you have to vote Suns. Nah, just vote. Honestly, just vote for who you actually think will win, if anything. Because then it's going to be like the popular sides are just going to be voted against. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter, though. I don't think Hawthorn should have a home qualifying final in the first place. So, you know what? It's actually fair that they aren't going to make it through here. They'll have to go play it the semi-finals. They're not winning this game. 40 seconds. Should we have a look at the other game, though? Look at this other game. Sydney v Freo. Look how close it is in that game. We might have to get an extra time. What happens if we have to get a freaking extra time? It's completely frozen. Everyone's already voted. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. 5 seconds. Wait. Freeze. It's done. It's done. It's done. 50.9% of the votes to Sydney. 49.1% of the votes to Gold Coast. Gold Coast. Oh, sorry, to Freo. I'm getting the wrong teams here. All right, Sydney. In literally, I'm arguably saying that as a kick after the sign if we're going to base on a real game of footy. So that's the closest finals game we're going to get. All right, Hawthorn. They have to play into the semis. Sydney make it through. Freo into the semis. Let's go to the next game. And it is North Melbourne. It's North Melbourne. North Melbourne are through. They've won 2 finals in a row. North Melbourne are through. All right, North Melbourne make it through. They're playing Hawthorn now. Everyone voting for Hawthorn, but not in that last game, which will make things interesting here. And elimination final 2. This looks like it's going to be a smashing. It is. Yeah, Brisbane absolutely destroyed the Cats. So the Cats are done. The Lions win that game. And that's the next week of finals. If we want to call it the second week of finals, I don't know how you want to call it. You guys need to see the whole thing, though. I should cut it. Jeez, a lot of the chat's getting put in. Can't keep up with it all. All right, we move to week 2 then. A lot of chat have their say on that. It's all about North Melbourne, I think. Get North out. Well, I think... I say it, but like, Gold Coast in 2023 won it. That was a piss take vote, you would have thought. And then Essendon made a grand final in the 2024 version. So who knows, man? Who knows? But let's go to the semi-finals now. We've got 3 more rounds to go. Let's try and get it done before... We'll get it done before 11 o'clock. Victoria's time. 155 likes. Can we get 170? It's... Do you guys want North to actually win this game? Like, realistically, right, Adelaide are done. Giants are done. In real life, for that to happen, I'm saying less than 2% chance. I also don't want to have to put $50 on North to win because it's just wasting money. So, when will this North Melbourne ride end? Like, it's got to end at some stage, right? Surely, head is going to start to overtake heart. We don't even have many North fans in the stream either. Well, Hawthorn North Melbourne will be the first game as well. And the next game will be Fremantle v Brisbane. They're coming 14th in real life. It's funny because they started they started as badly as St Kilda did. In fact, they actually started worse, but then everyone realised that they could actually also make it. So they get all the vote. Why is this not letting me change it to Fremantle? You guys can see that on the screen, right? Look, it's every time oh, there we go. It's working finally. All right, week 2. We call it week 2. I'm not calling it week 3. Andy, thank you for the $2. We know who you're going to be voting for. We know 100% who you're going to be voting for. All right, putting it in chat now. And I've not changed it. I've left it how it should be. It should always be like that. I don't know why I keep changing it. Luke McMahon. Fucking hell. All right. A few people are donating and becoming members and all that in support for North Melbourne. We're underway here. We're going to give you guys a minute and 30 seconds, which is more than enough time, by the way. Hawthorn 17, North Melbourne 30. And that's what annoys me because now it means that I don't think the other votes are going to make much of a difference from this point onwards. Everyone's already voted. Keep your votes. Just if you haven't voted yet, vote. If you want things to be interesting, vote for Hawthorn. The votes are starting to sway Hawthorn's way just a little bit. 25 to 36. It's doable. There's time. Do we want the integrity of this whole goddamn prediction series to be a joke, or do we want it to be legit? Because at this rate, North Melbourne are going to be the team to beat. 38-30. Can Hawthorn do it? Are they going to be knocked down straight sets after getting so many predictions going their way in the regular season? Oh, look at this. It's starting to get a bit close. 38-32 now. 20 seconds. Are any more votes going to come in? Or will that be it? And will North Melbourne make it through? There's another vote for Hawthorn. Should we give it? Fuck it. We'll give it another. We'll give it. You know what? Magically 20 more seconds appeared on the clock. 38-33. We've got another 30 seconds here. Can Hawthorn get any more votes in this time? It looks like it's basically frozen though. That's the problem. You don't reckon? I don't reckon they'll get enough, though. They might get one more. Unfortunately, it looks like that's it. Me adding that extra 30 seconds is not going to do anything. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep. There you go. North Melbourne make it through to another spot in the finals. They're in the top 4 now, the final 4. And they've beaten Hawthorn in what would be a close game if this was accurate based on votes. So North Melbourne beat Hawthorn. And now, the next game is Fremantle v Brisbane. The thing is, like, no one cares about the other games. They only care about the games that involve North Melbourne. But let's have a look at the other votes here. And holy shit, it's close. Look at that. Holy shit, it is close. And Fremantle win it in the most narrowest of margins. And they make it through, winning a home game against the Lions. And the Lions are knocked out. Freo fans are going to be liking that. Freo fans have something to support now. How do I vote? It is Google Forms, and it is anyone can vote. You don't have to sign in. You don't have to do anything. You just click on the link, and you just click on the options of the teams. Can you guys hear that? Oh, you can. It's just really faint. But I think the Freo song deserves to be played, to be honest. We haven't heard that all stream. Fuck that. I don't even like the North song that much. We heard this song in 2024, last time we did this, for the 2025 season, I think. Will we be hearing it again? Can Freo go back-to-back? We've got Gold Coast, Fremantle, Sydney, North Melbourne, and we're going to get to the next one right now. If you haven't already, like the stream and stick around because we've got 2 more rounds to go. It's the prelim final week. So we've just jumped 2 weeks ahead, 1 more week ahead to the prelim week. We've got Gold Coast, Fremantle. So a bit of a rematch, just in another venue, and Sydney and North Melbourne. Surely Sydney get the win, right? You would think. Logically, you would think. Prelim finals too. I don't want to have to put $50 on North to win. Please, just be smart for once. If I had to pick a team from any of these 4, honestly, neither. Because Sydney can't play grand finals. Fremantle, I think, are a little bit too unpredictable. And Gold Coast are, I think, a little bit too raw for a grand final win. So, I don't think I'm winning money now. It doesn't, no matter what happens. Week 3, we're putting it in. What's chat saying? Everyone getting on North for the granny. Well, the first game that'll be shown will be the Gold Coast Fremantle game. So it won't be the North game that everyone cares about. All right, links in the chat now. Giving it 2 minutes. That's like literally more than enough time. You guys just click the link to get your votes in. And it's close. It is very close. It's ridiculously close. Look at that. How close is this? I thought we weren't going to get a closer final than the one we had before with, I think it was Sydney v Freo, or might have been Brisbane Freo. The votes are 54.8 to 45.2. At the moment, it's Gold Coast that are going to be booking it into a grand final for the second time. Put an end to North Melbourne. Chatters Recluse voting North. Clark will get sacked and they finish bottom 4. That's the joy of this whole goddamn stream, mate. You get these random predictions that are obviously never going to come true, but this is one opportunity for North to actually find a bit of success. But let's be honest with you, they don't actually think this will happen in real life. But it's funny to vote for North Melbourne. That's what they're doing. It was meant to be 1 vote. It is 1 vote. It's 1 vote. Look, limit to 1 response. If it was more than 1 vote, we'd be getting so many more responses in. Like, we'd be probably at 100 or 500, actually. Calling all Hawthorn fans. It is ridiculously close in the second game as well, actually. It's so close. This is the closest week of finals I've ever seen. Oh, my goodness. All right, timer is at 8. But by the way, though, it's that close that 1 vote could alter the entire game. All right, it's done. All right, let's go and let's see who win the first game. You can see it obviously on the screen. Gold Coast ended up with the votes 45 to 35, and the Suns move through to a grand final. That's okay. I'm okay with that one. I think it could happen. But this is where we're going to start, scratching our heads because the next game is Sydney v North Melbourne. What do we reckon? Who'd you guys vote for? I can see who gets the chocolates though, and unfortunately it might not be a team that you guys were wanting because it actually is North Melbourne. North Melbourne get the win, 41-38 with the votes, and North, we're going to have to play their theme song again. North Melbourne are through to a grand final here. They've fucking done it for 9th. If the wildcard round wasn't a thing, They wouldn't even be in the final series altogether. They've won 4 games in a row. Oh my God. The integrity of this is absolutely thrown in the bin, but it never was. It was never a thing to be taken serious. All right. Grand final is set. It's Gold Coast and North Melbourne. I'm not sure if that's going to pull in much of a crowd. I don't think the AFL will be too keen on a Gold Coast North grand final. Holy shit, that would actually be panic stage for the AFL. How should we do this? I think we should do this where you guys can vote as much as you want. So for the last grand final, you guys should be able to vote as much as you want. Do it for the integrity. I'd almost say Gold Coast shouldn't even be in the grand final then if that's the case. But I'll let Gold Coast slide. I will not be letting North Melbourne slide if they end up winning this. Please. Please. But it is a chat that'll make the ultimate decision, and I'm going to make it, you can vote as many times as you want. So if you really, like, because there's literally one game to vote for, so you can just, if you want Gold Coast, it's whoever is quickest as they can get to voting as many times as possible. Because I assume no one's going to be voting multiple times for each team. What's the point? I mean, it can make it interesting, but it'll make it hopefully a close grand final.
Massive thank you to Andy Butter for donating
So,
$4 through Super Chat.
yeah, Gold Coast and North Melbourne grand final. I'm still saying it'll get a crowd of probably 95k, but I'm not sure if it's quite reaching the 100k mark. I think tickets might be a little bit easier to snap up, if I'm going to be honest. Spam voting the Suns. Well, that's the thing, right? Gold Coast are another side that everyone kind of likes. So I feel like it's going to be really hard for North Melbourne. Fair enough, they beat Sydney. Fair enough, they beat Hawthorn. Everyone wants to go against Hawthorn as a big club. And against Adelaide, well, you can understand that as well. How has someone already responded? It's probably because of the same link that I put in. It is actually the same link, I think. So we'll pin the same link, and we'll start the timer for the grand final. We'll go 2 minutes 30. All right, chaos mode setting in now. All right. Early on, we've got the Kangaroos. Shit, we got the Kangaroos getting the more votes. It's getting closer though, as you can see. It's cutting down to 47.52. North have got a couple more votes there. Look at that. The gap's narrowing and narrowing and narrowing and narrowing. It looks like Gold Coast are going to overtake the amount of votes now. And they do. So the Suns hit the lead. We're saying just approaching half time. And they're holding on to a bit more of a lead here. They kicked another goal. We've got 553 responses here. Everyone is just spamming the shit out of it. Gold Coast still just edging in front here. You're going to say the overhyped Suns. Well, regardless of who wins, they're overhyped by some people. Oh my God, North are starting to get a couple more votes. Could we get another lead change here in this grand final? The closest of the games, Gold Coast get a few more votes. It is incredibly close. How's it gotten this close? Honestly, how's it gotten this close? 435, 455, 449. Oh, still 55 seconds to go. Everyone's spamming clearly. We've gotten to 1,100 responses now. North Melbourne are actually getting a bit of a head now. They're getting a bit of a lead. Come on. Everyone start voting Gold Coast. Make things a little bit interesting. 30 seconds. Can Gold Coast cut it back a little bit or not? You've never seen that many votes. Yeah, well, they're all just people voting multiple times. It's a lot of votes, though. Oh, Gold Coast. Come on. There's not much of a gap between the two teams at all. There's not much of a gap at all. 14 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the siren. Blow the siren. Gold Coast have done it. I actually read that wrong. I was about to say North Melbourne there. Gold Coast have gone all the way against all the odds. And I tell you, all the odds, because everyone was probably thinking North were going to do what they did to all the other 4 teams. And they have gone on to win the grand final for 2026, which means they have now been predicted for 2023 and 2026. And this is a genuinely possible chance of happening. I don't know what their odds are on Sportsbet or any betting platform, but fuck, they'd be better off than North Melbourne, that's for sure. Fuck the Suns. No, nothing wrong with Gold Coast. The thing is, North had a chance there. They were in winning positions. They were in the lead, but it ended up being like a decent gap, like of around 60 votes, which I don't know how many people that would have meant people-wise. I don't know. I hope the grand final is this close in real life. Well, I'm gonna shit, my phone's flat. I need to kind of do this on my phone because I don't want to like leak any information. So I'm just gonna put it on charge for a tiny bit, and then I'll show you guys. I'll put the bet on so I don't forget. What are the odds for Gold Coast to win? I'm saying $15, but it could be less actually. It could be less because, like, could be maybe. I don't know. Someone should tell me though. 8. They're $8 to win the flag. The Suns are $8 to win the flag. I don't think the value is that great then. If I put $8, $50 on $8, that's like 400. I don't think they're going to win it just because it's Gold Coast. Well, no, North have done well. Obviously, North Melbourne to make it to this position. You gotta. Yeah, hats off to North Melbourne. Sydney, were pretty dominant in the home and away, and they unfortunately just couldn't get over the second last hurdle. Hawthorn out in straight sets surprised me a little bit. I actually thought they were gonna like beat the Suns in the simulation, but that wasn't the case at all. And like a pretty close final series. I think it was the closest grand final we've had. A lot of votes. Now tomorrow, I'm streaming a Renegades game, and I have people on the stream, so that'll be quite interesting. And I also have the video that I want to post tomorrow as well. I'm gonna quickly as well before I put the bet on it. I'm gonna chuck a couple more members, so we'll gift 5 more members because I haven't done my limit of members yet, and I don't want to like forget for the month. There's no point in forgetting. So it's sort of giving back to those that stuck around. I know we have a few more to give away. Membership gifting. I'll send 5 and I'll save 5 for another stream. Let's see who gets the members. Will it be regular viewers? Will it be people I haven't seen in the chats? Will it be people that have joined for the first time? Looks like we have a few regular viewers that I've seen and a few people that I haven't really got any idea. Wobbles. Like, for example, that account I haven't seen in my streams before, but congrats. There you go. You got a membership. If you want to maybe be a chance of getting a member, join my stream tomorrow night. I'll gift another 5 then, but you sort of have to join the stream to sort of have a chance. How much battery have I got on my phone? All right, 1%. Good to be back on the members. Well, there's one way of getting back. What do we end up getting likes-wise? Can we get to 170, 175 before I do end it? I am going to do the bet now. Just got to figure out how I've got to show the stream this. Oh, actually, I'll be able to get it done. I don't know why people really care so much. Oh, yeah, time this guy out. 24-hour timeout. You can join. Actually, you won't be able to join tomorrow. 24 hours is going to probably mean you're fucking done for the... Is it more difficult to make fake accounts on YouTube as well? Or do people still find it as easy It's probably a lot more difficult to make fake accounts if you're under 16. And surely people that are making fake accounts nowadays are not over the age of 16 that like do it as often as they do. Okay, I've got to put in $50 here. 10-year-old spamming. Yeah, how are they going to make 15 other accounts? And if they can't log in under the age of 16, they're going to make an account over the age of 18. But that's surely not easy to do heaps of times. Fuck's sakes. Give me like a second here. I've got to change a couple of settings. Takes a short while to make them. Still, it sucks. Obviously, back in the day, it was really easy, but maybe they changed it. Like they should have put more into place in stopping fake accounts. Because what's the point if they're just going to keep popping up easily? Are you that guy that makes AFL Roblox games? Who are you talking about? I haven't touched the game of Roblox. North crawled back an extra time. Well, yeah, I mean, look at that. They ended up winning there, but no, we awarded the win to Gold Coast. I'm not sure why they're still getting votes. People, I guess, just still want to see it go up, I guess. I'm sure if I didn't show it on the screen, I should just put it away. They probably would have stopped. All right, $50. Hopefully, it's not a regrettable decision, but I did say before the end of the stream, we'll make it a little bit more different. I used to a year or two ago. Oh, the fake account stuff. A lot of people would have made fake accounts, to be honest. Why is it? Sorry. Right, so it's obviously not going to let me bet. I've got a deposit limit, and it's not letting me change that. So that means I'll just have to do the $30 now. I'll do $30 now, and then I'll do the extra $20 next week, or when I can actually put another 20. Do you need a phone number to make a Google account? Well, you need. Yeah, I think you need some form of a phone number. You do, yeah. Took a little break. What the heck are these predictions? Not my predictions. Don't worry. You'll see mine very, very soon. You will, and you're probably not going to find any much different of these, to be honest. They're not, or maybe not. I don't know. I haven't really written them down yet. Should I do predictions to piss people off? Should I be proper with them? Because in this day and age, you just pissing people off and trolling them seems to be the only way of getting followers. So, Premiership winner 2026. Can you see on the screen? Gold Coast are the second, alongside Hawthorn, equal second team with the shortest odds, which is quite unbelievable how quickly they've rose to fame. All right, I want to make it on stream so you can see it. I just hopefully don't want to like show. Oh, this is what I'll do actually. I'll just flip it around. Give us your predictions from those teams in the finals real quick. Me, if I had to like say it legitly, I'll go Geelong, Collingwood. Geelong to beat Collingwood, GWS to beat North Melbourne, which obviously didn't happen in this simulation. Hawthorn, Gold Coast, probably Hawthorn. Adelaide to beat North. Well, actually, but that's the thing, right? I got to change it. Oh, I've got to. All right, I'll change it. All right, Geelong, Collingwood. Yep. GWS North, Hawthorn. Yep. Adelaide. Yeah. Probably the home team there. Brisbane, and I'll go Sydney, I guess. I've literally just picked the home team. Should I go something different? You know what? Adelaide to beat Gold Coast. Fremantle, Brisbane, Hawthorn, Brisbane, Sydney, Adelaide. Is that boring? We've seen that happen already. Brisbane, Sydney. That's boring. Can you guys see my screen now? You can. All right. Just want to confirm it so people are like, oh, he's actually done it. But it's blurry. Why is it so hard to just show the screen? Okay, there. Place bet. Confirm. All right. I don't know if you can see that, but I will make sure you can see it. Remember, I don't really gamble often, but it's for the sake of the... Why can't it... Oh, at this rate, I'm just going to show a screenshot. I hate how it's so blurry. I'll tap this. It's so blurry. It's fucking... There you can see it. I put 8. It's just going to go back to... How is the vote 50-50, by the way? Look at that. People are just voting to try and get it to 50-50. All right, well, I think that's this done. This stream done. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I think it was a little bit better than like other years with the stuff that I've got to sort of flip this around. Only problem is it's still like I'm still finding it hard to get as much of the audiences that were watching the streams last off season back to these streams, because last 3 years when I did this, we had double the viewers. This stream significantly fell off, but I knew it was going to be the case. So I don't know. Like it's still like what? Still 11th of January. It's not that big of a worry. Just see what the comments are before I'll stop the stream. But tomorrow night I'll be back live again. So trying to do two lives a week, and at least a video a week, but maybe 2 if I can. A couple of shorts. Not begging. You're sort of begging, aren't you? I've been a membership. Oh my mate, I can't give you a membership. I can't give anyone a membership. It's random. I've said this so many times. I have a few streams ago. You said that I can have a mod. I don't reckon I ever said that. I don't think I'll ever give you a mod if you're going to comment those messages. Please go live more. Yeah, well, I'll go live more on YouTube, but obviously, if I can on other platforms, that'd be great as well. Mods too far. Mate, if you want a mod, make a TikTok edit of me. I said it before. 1,000 likes. I'll give you setting the challenge. But for those that did, yeah, stuck around, thank you. And we'll see you soon. Thanks for joining. And should we end it on a Gold Coast song? We may as well, right? We have to, right? But we're gonna do it. Gold Coast.